Hello. Hello, everyone except for Toxic. Everyone in the entire world except for Toxic. Hello. How are you doing? I am nice and early for Sunday's stream. Uh, I look. I'm not gonna lie. I look fucking rough. I think I look okay, but I look fucking rough, dude. Yeah, Scott's gonna talk to anyone except me now. Hi. Hello. I am wearing my micro turtleneck that Shay likes to make fun of me for. Um, but it looks okay. I think it looks okay. I've been out all day. I've been up and out since like 8 a.m. Not great. Oh no, now I feel bad. No, 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 no. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Toxic. I'm sorry you're not having a great weekend, unfortunately. Um, yeah, today, I don't know, man. This week has been fucking terrible. Like, just everything that could go wrong can go wrong, and then yeah, especially when it comes to streaming, where it's like just it's completely derailed everything. Where I've like had to stream later in the day. Today is the same. Every time I was trying to like plan to stream at a certain time, I was like, I can't. I had to be up really early today and go out because I had to go and do a bunch of appointments, including viewing some apartments. And I was so stressed about getting up this morning that I like didn't or like couldn't fall asleep. So not only did I take sleeping pills, but I didn't fall asleep. So I've been like feeling awful because I took sleeping pills and I didn't fucking sleep. Let me just check. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. Well, shit. I'm not gonna say out loud what you said. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry, man. That's never a fun day. But I hope you're doing a little bit better and doing okay. And yeah. Dora, you look like I know I look like shit. I'm sure I have bags under my eyes and everything. Yeah, Toxic. I'm sorry about that. I really am. I feel weird making jokes now. It's not anyone's fault. It's just like there's got to be like a little bit of at least a cross fade. I can't just be like anyway because that just is not a fun time. I've been there. Had to do that not that long ago myself, and it's never a fun time. So, but I digress. Yeah. I feel like shit because I took sleeping pills and didn't sleep. So it's just been groggy. And then I went out, I went and I hit like 10,000 steps by like 11 a.m. That's how like on the go my day's been. It's been nuts. And then I was all the way I was like really far away from where I live. And then I had to take a boat. I had to take a boat to get back. That's how far away. Well, no, okay, that's a little hyperbole because Vancouver has the little aqua bus, but I had to take an aqua bus to get home. That's like I wasn't just walking distance. That is like 5 hours. Like no, I gave for a warning. I gave for a warning yesterday, so no, no, no. That means across Falls Creek. Well, I had to go to. I was on Granville Island. I had to go to Granville Island for some stuff. Plus side is I was able to get a donut. I couldn't get a donut yesterday from a different one of the Lee's donuts that's in Gastown, and yeah, it was so awkward. So after the gym, I went to Gastown. I was like, I'm gonna get a donut. It's gonna be great. And I went, and they were out of the one that I wanted. And then I was like, okay. And they're like, yeah, it'll be like 15 minutes. I was like, cool, 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 cool. Okay, I'll wait 15 minutes. I sat there patiently 15 minutes, and then the donuts are ready. I was like, oh, they said 15 minutes. I get up and go to them. I'm like, yeah. So can I have? And the girl just like looked at me like she's had to do this 1,000 times. She's like, no, they're not ready. I have to decorate all the donuts first. And I was like, oh, I mean that's fine. I just want a plain regular ass donut. Like that's all I want. I don't want anything decorated. She's like, well, I have to decorate the donuts first. I'm like, so just to be clear, you are gonna make me wait until you've decorated all the donuts to then give me a donut that's not decorated instead of sell me the donut first and then decorate the rest. And I was like, I'll come. I was at that point, I was like embarrassed because I went up and like asked like 2 times, and I was like, I'll come back, and I just never went back, and I was just like, nope, never gonna show my face in that donut place ever again because that was too embarrassing. And she'll know, she might remember, she might not, but you know what? We'll never find out. We'll never cross that bridge because I'm never going back to that store again. Not because I don't like their donuts, but just out of sheer embarrassment. So I went to the Source on Granville Island today. That's not the name of the place. I went to the Source, Source, not SAU, to get myself the donut. And it was hot, straight out of the oven, and it was so good. And I was like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing ever. And so I had donut. I had 4 coffees today. By 1:30, I'd had 4 coffees. And then I went and viewed an apartment, and it was really nice. It was really nice. He went to the Source, formerly Radio Shack, to get a... Yes, that's what I did. Yes. Now owned by Ty Lopez of Here in My Garage knowledge fame. And then I went and viewed an apartment because I put an offer in on one the other day, and they were like, no, we want to wait and see what happens with the open house. And I'm like, cool, whatever, bye. Went and saw one today. It was really cool. It was pretty decent sized space, and the person who lived in the unit had like renovated it really, really nicely. I would still want to make some stuff my own and change things around, but it really depends on the permits that you could get. But if like I'm really kind of on the fence with it because I love a character home. I really like something with character where it's like this is not like most homes that come on the market in Vancouver, especially because it's usually just white boxes. This is like character, but it's like a studio. It's like a studio, but it's like bigger. And they've done a good job with it. But it's not on a high floor, and it overlooks where the garbage trucks go, so that people in the building who we spoke to said it like can get loud. But I'm like, what, twice a week? Depending, I don't know, like unless it's every morning. But I'm like, okay, like garbage trucks are gonna... I hear the garbage trucks, I hear delivery trucks outside my place. There was a fucking gun shooting outside my place and a stabbing. So, you know what? I'll take garbage trucks over fucking machine guns. Thanks. And so it was nice. There was another unit available in the same building on a higher floor, and we went to go see it, and it was shit. I don't know how else to describe it. It was shit. The difference of one that is owner occupied, where they've actually lived in it and taken care of it and renovated it and made it really nice, and one where it was just some rich dude who used it as a rental and didn't give a crap, was so apparent. Like the kitchen, there was less counter space than my desk for the entire kitchen. Like that, like usable counter space. There was less than that. All of the floor, it's like, oh, it has like hardwood floor. The floors were like splintering up, and like half of the floor had been like not like sanded, but just worn down to where it was like you would have to replace the entire floor of this place. So you'd have to rip up all the floor and redo it completely. There was nothing that created separation of rooms like the other one. So it had like a Murphy bed, but the Murphy bed came down and blocks the entranceway. It was in the stupidest place possible. And so you'd have to get rid of that. You'd have to deal with. And they just like didn't care. And they were asking for more money than the renovated one. They were asking by like a lot. And I was like, man, this is... And like the real estate agent just kind of knew. He's like, yeah, this guy doesn't know what he wants. A Turtleneck? Oh, baby. Maybe? I don't know. If you need paint floors, let me know. No. I mean, I'm not putting a bid on that one. But it was like, it would need like 60, 70 to $100,000 of renovations, because it's like, I don't want to give too much away because you don't know if I'm going to put a thing on the other one, but it's like, it has very specific features and has very specific things that you have to keep in. Like, you can't just like rip it all out and do it. It's like, you have to be really, really specific. And so it's kind of like anything that you change in this building would be really expensive, like more expensive than just a regular renovation because of it. Because it was like a loft style, and you have all the pipes and everything, and it was just like, they clearly just given didn't give a shit. So also, hi Aqua, hello. I read what you said, but I didn't actually acknowledge you. I know you meant paint all floors, but also painted floors. Well, so the other one had like polished concrete floors, which was kind of cool and nice. I think that's cool. I think that definitely adds value for some people. I think I would potentially put flooring down on something like that because I like a cozier feel. I like probably laminate to be honest, but I wouldn't put hardwood flooring in, but I wouldn't be opposed to it just for price. It just depends. Downside of polished concrete, that's exactly the other thing. That was exactly the other thing. And like I don't know. It's just it would be too easy to find. So I don't want to necessarily say a lot of it, but it's like this building would already have potentially problems with heat transfer anyway. And so adding all of that on top, it would be really expensive to heat. It would. So having like a cold concrete floor, eh, not ideal. So I would definitely look at putting like proper flooring down, or at least laminate flooring. The benefit is I'd have no. It was like the second floor, so there's like no neighbors below. So it's not like I would ever have to worry about the noise, but I may potentially have to worry about noise from looking at things, right? But yeah. You know what? I was kind of thinking I might just send it to you. Uh, Pretty sure this is you. I hope this is you. Otherwise, I'm just gonna DM someone. You'll like immediately spot every problem with it too. Scott, can you just like ping me on Discord so I know it is you for sure? I'm 99% it is you. But yeah, only because on Instagram I have screen blockers. So I can't just like open it and send it to it. But I'll send you the link and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about as soon as you see it and you'll be like, oh right. And you honestly, I feel like you'll be like, yeah, don't bother. Which I'm like, okay, it is you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making you ping. That one. And then yeah, you can also see the other one in the same building, but yeah. It you'll immediately be like, no. I could feel it because of like several reasons where I'm like, So I'm considering it, but I'm not in a rush because it's been on the market for a while. And we asked them, there's been like no offers on it because it's just like there's a lot of stuff that comes with it because of certain things. So it is what it is. Plus it's like, but it's like pet friendly. It's in a decent area of sorts. Like it's not in the perfect area, but it's a decent area. There just like so many things from like, man, this is like, yeah. Like that's like high priority. I'm not getting a place. If I could, one, I have to qualify for any kind of mortgage, so there's that. Two, I have to have enough down payment, which depends on what my offer is, right? But three, it's got to be pet friendly. There's things that I'd give up where it's like balcony and things like that because of location. But the thing with the one that I looked at today was it doesn't have a balcony, but it also, as the kind of alluding with it's been on the market for a while, it's a very specific place that only a very specific person would like. So resale value can be like, but it would, and I hate to even say it because I don't want to be one, it would rent really well. Like selling, renting, like that. It would go like that. So yeah, it's kind of like that's the kind of mentality I have to go into. It's like it could be something that is impossible to sell down the line. It might not ever sell. But I'm not really buying with that in mind. I'm trying to buy something. It's on the market. Layout would be super limited. Yeah, it's a decent enough size. That one is already kitted out, and I've already drawn a floor plan up of how I would change it, which you know what? I'll actually just I like that I'm having a one-to-one conversation with Scott in the DMs. As if like anyone else can like hear. So like I went in and like drew that. So that's how I would like change it essentially. Which is like still not cheap. And also I don't know if I could get permission for that. But yeah, the price they even had to. So I remember seeing that listed a few months ago and it did not sell. And they took it down and relisted it at I'm talking like significant price drop, and they still had no offers. And I'm like, that is a cause for concern of any, because like when you're trying to buy a place, that's definitely something you got to be aware of, right? Is like it's not just how you get in, but it's how you get out. Because if you buy a place just for the sake of buying a place, just to get in the market, and you don't think of any other factor, and if you don't really like it, but it's just so that you have something, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work for you, and if like to live there, and it's certainly not gonna work for other people. And there's been an assumption for a really long time. Like when the Airbnb stuff happened, and they started like cracking down on Airbnbs in Vancouver, you saw all of these landlords like freaking out. You saw basically just like inventory dumping on the market, and it was the most piece of shit apartments you've ever seen. And I was like, yeah, this is not worth anything. And a lot of those people kind of, I don't know, I guess like some of them sold because people were desperate to get in. But anyone that kind of didn't sell at that flurry of a time, kind of just screwed, man. Like seriously, just kind of screwed. Because what are you supposed to do with that? You know, there was a guy who's complaining in Victoria where it's like he had this like 400 square foot, 350 square foot place where it had like a loft bed, but it was like an 8 foot ceiling. So it was one of those ones where like had a little tiny staircase up to the bed, and then you had a desk. Like it was one of those, basically a bunk, like a half size bunk. And he was like, yeah, it's like I'm screwed. And I'm like, no, fuck you, man. Like you did this to yourself. You know, one, it's shit that developers built these things with that in mind, because it's like none of this stuff is built for people to live in. It's just for people to like use instead of hotels. So I'm kind of glad the whole bubble of venture capitalism, things like that, is kind of burst. And you know, it just means that it's like, I don't know, if it means people can have homes again, then it would be good. Then it would be good. So yeah, goal for me is pet friendly. I want to get another dog. I already know what I want dog wise, so it's like trying to find something that's practical on that front in a good location. I mean, it's hard. I'm like full disclosure. I'm not playing with a lot of money. I'm not playing with a lot of money, and it makes it really difficult to find a place that works, because I'll never find a place that I could buy that will ever be cheaper than my rent by like a long shot. Like even this place, if I offered way lower than what they're asking for, it still would mean my cost would go up by like $600. Wall wise, what you would do technically would work. Issue would be if you moved any electrical. I'm not a fan of the dividers, but I understand. Yeah, so there is electrical on that wall that exists, the one that's kind of grayed out. There is electrical on there that would have to move, because originally what they've done with that space, what they've done in that renovated space, that was the kitchen. And then what they did is they moved the kitchen on the other side and turned that into like a closet space. So Bouvier de Flanders. Is that a Simpsons reference? My brain's fried. I'm running on like a 90-minute nap and donuts. I'll be honest. I'm really sorry. I am terrible today, as usual. But yeah. The hardest part would be moving electrical, which would have to happen. Either for it to be capped, or because here's the thing. So the only thing that's on that wall that's electrical, I think, is light switches. Maybe there's plugs, I don't know, but it's light switches. I would use what I have now is the Philips, where it's the dimmable, where you turn it on and off and it's wireless. Touchy electrical means permits. Also, the issue would be it can't be classified as a, but yeah, it has to be a studio. All building means. So it was I can't say anything, but it's definitely been renovated in the last 20 to 30 years. And so it is actually really, really up to code. If on the site that I sent you, if you scroll down, you can click on the building and go further down. It's got like fiber, which is insane for that type of building. It has like fiber. They did a proper full conversion and everything. Like it's not just they stuck some walls in and called it a day. Like they kind of went all out with it, which is pretty interesting. That's why the strata fee is actually not insane as well, is it's pretty well maintained. So yeah, it's definitely like it has, I guess like it has to be um studio. That's why I would keep certain walls and wouldn't change too much. So it would still be like open plan. It would just be like dividers. Fiber makes sense for location. Issue with code. If the update was true, true. I mean, even if that wall didn't move, it's still a decent sized space. It's not perfect, but you could fit a queen size bed in. Like if you took everything out of that space, you could fit a queen size bed in there based on the specs of it. So like it wouldn't be ideal, but it would be snug. It would be snug but doable. It just you'd have very little room around the outside. So, it's still a doable thing. And you're basically just swapping things around of where things are. Sorry, I realize anyone who has no idea what I'm talking about link-wise is just like, the fuck are these guys talking about? But yeah, so like there's definitely ways around it, and I would definitely consider those things because I think what that person did with it is really smart. Whereas the other one, they clearly didn't give a shit. They didn't give a shit. It was a rental. They didn't give a fuck, and I'm sure they were renting it for a pretty penny too. Because it looked like shit. Like the floor was awful. The floor was so bad in that place. And the kitchen looked like it was from the 70s, which makes no sense. It makes no sense. Um, so yeah, I'm having to think. I think if I do, I'm definitely not offering the price that they asked for. I don't think it's like even though they reduced the price, I don't think it's worth that. It's just not. There's too many things where it's like for a studio and it's asking like one bedroom prices. I get the whole appeal, but like yeah. Other things that have gone on. Trying to think. Since last stream, when did I last stream? Wednesday? Yeah, we did a 2 hour stream on Wednesday. Um, oh, I was supposed to go on a date with someone on Thursday, and I absolutely bolted it up in the sense of we hadn't spoken in 2 weeks, and I had completely misread that situation because it was a communication issue, but I ultimately I completely understand where they're coming from. I had taken them arranging something as that was the only time they were next free, and so just operated on that assumption, and they took it as I basically was giving them a very clear signal that I wasn't interested. Um, and so it was just kind of like I feel like this had happened like a few times where things had slipped my mind where we maybe have made a plan and the day came and I like didn't message him until the day and I just didn't handle that situation very well. I really didn't. I think it's just maybe I think when I met this person I wasn't really as ready to start dating as I thought I was, and um it it seemed to be kind of getting a little too involved very quickly. Like nothing happened. Like we just went on dates. Like we didn't do anything else. So I'm actually kind of glad about that because I just don't think I was ready for that, and it just felt like very quick. But then they disappeared for like 3 months. Same person? No, no. This was someone else. Um, we'd only been on like 5 or 6 dates, but it was over like 4 months because we went on a few dates and then they went away for like 2 months. Then they came back for like 3 days and then they went away for another like 3 weeks. I think so. Yeah, Scott. Yeah, I think it was. And so we like technically on paper we'd been dating for like 3 months, but it was like 5 dates talking to each other. That was the thing, is like we weren't really talking like texting back and forth was just like next to zero, because it just like wasn't. Some people aren't great at texting, and that's okay. Like, it's just not a snappy back and forth. The person that I went on a date with that I mentioned on Wednesday, is not the same, but they don't reply frequently. They'll reply at like set times. It's like they may message me in the morning, they might message me after they've done work, and they might message me at the end of the day. And it's like, so some people just aren't texters, and this person wasn't really a texter. So I always just kind of operated on like we talk when we're in person, but then we just like the times in which we talk just got wider and wider and wider. And I don't want to use the excuse that a phone is a two-way system. It's 1,000% my fault. It's 1,000% my fault. Based on what you said, it isn't something you really wanted to have. I think there was just like it escalated a little too quickly. I think they saw it as like, okay, I like this person, I'm gonna move forward with this person, and that's it. And I was open to that too, but I think it escalated too quickly because it was the first person I'd been on a date with in a long, long time. And so I was like, I'm not really looking to date around, but it was also like the first date I had been on in a while, and I was just like, maybe I just wasn't as ready as I am now. And like, yeah, I handled the situation really poorly. It's 1,000% my fault, because what was happening is I knew that it wasn't the right situation, and I should have ended things a lot sooner, because I just didn't think it was the right relationship for me. And but the what kept happening was anytime I'd see this person, it was like the worst possible time. And so it's like, oh, the one time like I see them on this and I need to have this conversation with them, it's my birthday. And so they've invited me out for dinner. Oh, the next time I see them, it's their birthday. Can't really have that conversation. The next time that they're back and they want to go out, it's Valentine's. And I was just like, yeah, I was just like, I don't know. It ended over like text, because I reached out to them the day of us making plans, and they were just like, they sent me like the woozy face emote, and I was like, oh. And they're like, yeah, I thought you were dead, or you just sent me a really strong signal, so I asked my friend to go. And they were just like, I enjoyed our time together, I hope you find what you're looking for. And I was like, yeah, I was like, I really fucked up, and that was a shitty way for me to deal with it. And I don't know what I was waiting for to not have that conversation. I think what my I don't say issue was, it was like it was really hard for me to approach it because I'm not great at that. It was really hard for me to approach it because nothing was really wrong. There was nothing wrong with that person. There was nothing that they were doing that was wrong. It was just so stretched out and like separated, and it just like there was no momentum because they were just gone for so long that every time I saw them it felt like a reset. That's what you really said when I was out there. Yeah. Yeah, I was just like, there's not, that was the hardest part. If they were like a horrible person or anything like that, it would have been so much easier, but they weren't. They were a really great person. And it made it so much harder. And then every time on top of that, every time I would see them, it was like an occasion, and it was just like, I don't know when I'm supposed to have this conversation. I think this was like my last chance with them anyway. I think they'd kind of like written me off, and this was like my last chance, and I was like, that would be my inference of it. But yeah, I didn't handle it very well. A 5 dates in 4 months, I don't think that person is that committed either. No, I think what it was is they were away, and also I think they were expecting me to kind of, I will say they were doing a lot of the emotional lifting when it came to like interest, and they kind of expressed clearly how they felt, and I think I was the problem, in the sense of like I wasn't communicating with it. What I find that happens is I just start to shut down, and that's an issue that I need to work on. Like, I think what it was is that they'd gone as far as they could for what made sense for that point of the relationship. I don't want to like, not relationship, but like that's any term. and they were waiting for me to either get to that point or be done. And I think I just kind of shut down. So I'm calling out our friends group. um yeah, it's just, and it's just like, it wasn't, I've had things before where it's like I have shut it down, where like maybe I've matched with someone on a dating app and planned a date before. This was a long time ago, and I decided I wasn't ready to date, and I kind of I sent them a long message, and they just like unmatched, and I was like, that's fine. They were probably like pissed off, like, fuck this guy, and I was like, you know what, fair enough. I messaged them and I was just like, yeah, I'm not ready to date and this. And I felt such relief and such like levity from that situation. And I didn't feel that this time because I just went, oh, I was like, I had all these opportunities. I feel like I've wasted this person's time. And like, I just didn't communicate with them properly how I was feeling. And like, the reason I gave them was not incorrect. It like, I said to them, I was like, I've been in crisis mode because of like the situation with my landlord and trying to find a job. Nothing I said was incorrect, but it's like, it was that if he wanted to, he would kind of situation where I'm like, no, this was clearly bad. And it's like, clearly, I think me being ready to date, it was really hard. I have this hard thing where it's like, I'm always trying to grow and be a better person, but I get very locked at a level with someone that I'm with if it's from a bad time. It's like that thing of like, if you're this sounds, I don't know how to like describe it. It's like, if you're a kid and you get bullied, doesn't matter how old you get, when you then are in that room with that bully, it just kind of regresses you to a certain mindset and situation. And I think when I'm in a bad place, the person that I'm around the most becomes mixed up and associated with that. And it's such a pathetic reason and rationale. And I'm actively working on it, but I just can't seem to escape it. And so I just kind of, unfortunately, it was that circumstance where I handled it incredibly poorly, and I feel really shitty about it, and I wish I'd handled it better. Dating is hard. Yeah, but I made it harder than it needed to be. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I really fucked up that situation, and that is 1,000% my fault. And it's just like, yeah, there's an order of operations that I should have done things in, even though I wasn't with that person. Like, we'd been on a few dates. I should have just like called them and done it or whatever. I was waiting to do it face to face, and I think that was me just making an excuse because I knew that I wouldn't see them as frequently as I usually would. Um, then I would like text or talk, and I think I was honestly just making excuses. Like, I've been reflecting on this for like 2 days now, and it's like I was just, every time I'm like, I give myself a reason, I'm like, my rational brain is just like, nah, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Because in this, it's the same thing as like, making content stuff, and I'm like, oh, all I have to do is stand in front of a camera and read what I've already written, and it's like, you just have to do it, and it's just like, yeah, I did it. I'm not happy with how I behaved in that situation. Uh, they were honestly way too nice to me. The way that it ended, they gave me a lot more respect than I deserved in that situation. You know what happened? You know what happened? You know what you should have done differently and would do next time. Sounds like a learning moment. You'll grow. Yeah, and I think what it was is like with my ex of like a long, like well over a year now. I think with my ex, it was like it reached a point and I finally stood up for myself and I set a boundary and I ended it. And I think it was the fact that it's like that reached a boiling point where I had to do it for my own sanity, whatever you want to call it. I was like, I have to get out of this. And I think that was the problem, is I let it get to such a bad point before I did that. With this, because they were such a good person, it made it so much more difficult. And it's like, it was, I feel worse about this situation than I did. It sounds messed up, but I hope it makes sense, of like, than I did with the X situation, because I didn't have to I didn't have to hurt someone through this. I didn't have to do that. So what do you think went wrong? You weren't committed enough. I think it was just like, I think there was just something where it's like I was overthinking the situation, and thinking too long term, and I think there was just an element of maybe of picking up what they were saying, because they were basically like, they were essentially like, I'm dating with the intention of this, and I've mentioned before, it's like there was certain, maybe I have, I haven't, there were certain things where it's like I was getting flashes of people who I dated in the past, of like traits that I didn't really like, and which is not fair, because it's just mannerisms, it's just that's not what this person was doing. um but I think there was just certain things where it's like, as soon as I saw anything that reminded me of that, again, it's that you're the first person that I dated after my bad relationship, so my walls are up, right? And so anything that I saw, I would immediately shut down in my brain. And so I just created more and more walls, thinking long time. Yeah, it was like they were asking about, when am I okay to like jump on a plane and go here and there, and their parents live in Mexico, and like just that. And I was like, I think there was just a lot where it's like, oh, this is kind of like moving, this is thinking too long term, as if like this is now going to become a relationship. And I think I just didn't have conversation. There weren't enough conversations. Sounds like a learning moment where you'll grow. Yeah. The thing I learned is that I knew what I should have done. The thing I need to learn is to do it regardless of whether or not they did anything wrong. If I'm not feeling it, it's far worse and far crueler to not end that situation in a selfish way by putting myself first, because I'm then just dragging that person along, right? As an overthinking myself, I get it. Yeah, and so there was just certain things where I was like, I was noticing things like that, and it was a game of comparison. I think I had two bad relationships back to back that were both longer term. One of which, I no longer have a dog because of. The other one, I now weigh 70 pounds less. I didn't do it because I didn't lose all the weight and get in shape because of the relationship, but that was my something's got to change moment for myself. And so it's just like my life has changed so drastically since then, but I still have that mentality of like unsure of myself, and kind of just like dorky, nerdy, which I'll always be, but I think I lacked a lot of self-confidence and everything for that time. It's just I may have like changed physically, but I think there was a lot of work that I need to do mentally too, to kind of keep up instead of that. Because like today it's like I went to Granville Island, and I was there with someone, and we were talking about it, and it's like I went and had an RMT on Tuesday because of my shoulder, and I had the different person than I usually go to. And it was this very, very nice, very knowledgeable, but very gay older man who kept telling me how athletic my body was. I just want to carry on. Not in like a creeper way of like, oh yeah, I'm rubbing you down. Like, no. We were talking about, take the compliment. Look, I can't, because because I still have the mentality of I'm not used to whatever. But it was this thing of like, we were talking about diet and everything like that. He was like a paramedic who would also do like background extra work on movies, or background actor stuff, or like they'd fill in for like paramedics on set. They use real paramedics because it's easier than training an actor how to do something than just get paramedics to actually do it. And so we were talking about that, and we were talking about, like health and like how I hurt my shoulder and things. So it was like the context made sense. It wasn't like a creepy thing in any way, shape, or form. But it was like, yeah, it was just like, oh. And then I was out today, and I was talking to someone about that, and I was like, yeah, it's like, I don't think I've eaten a vegetable in like 4 days. Which is really funny, because I shit on Mac, one of my friends, Mac, one of our friends, Mac, mine and Scott's, shit on one of my friends all the time because he doesn't eat vegetables, and I'm like, wait a minute, I haven't eaten vegetables myself, so I'm a fucking hypocrite. Did you get his card? Might be a role for him in future. Yeah, maybe. Well, I know where he works, so maybe. If you've never ending cycle over thing which leads to anxiety and trust issues, you can't get out of it. Yeah, it's true, toxic. It's hard, and so I, in a full disclosure kind of way, I've gone on medication for it. I've been on medication for like the last 6 months for it. And I certainly think it's helped. It's anti-anxiety medication, which in turn is supposed to help with other things like depression and everything. And I think that's really helped. The difference of me before, when I said about I messed that person, I was like, I'm not ready to have a relationship, and I had that overwhelming feeling of like relief not going on that date because it just didn't feel right. That was before I started medication. So it's like I don't know how that's affected me too, to an extent. I don't know how much that's changed things. But I found that, if that's something that you think you may benefit from, it I would recommend speaking to a doctor about it, because I was very not okay with like anxiety and things like that. And I was like, you know what, if I need to be the change that I want, right? I can't There's only so far I realized that there's only so far I can go on my own with therapy and all these things. Like, these things will help, but they need to work together. And so that could be something that may benefit. I'm not going to be like, go on drugs, it's great. But it's just like, for me, I definitely noticed an improvement or help. It took a really long time though. You okay with trying? Probably is unemployed. Yeah. So I fully understand that, and I know how hard that is. Uh, the anti-anxiety medication is really cheap. I'm talking like $11 to $16 cheap. I'm not kidding. A 3 month supply was $45, and that's just because the doctor was like, "Hey, you seem to be okay with this. I'm going to give you 3 months supply." It's not expensive. Like a 30-day thing of it, which they say it takes about 4 to 6 weeks. It's like $15. It's honestly not expensive. It's not. I can message here. Let me message you. What the I message you the one that I'm on. It's like, yeah, it's like $16 for 30 days. It's really not expensive. It's surprising. You think that it would be, it's really not, because it's such a common thing that it's like produced in quite high volume. With the trust issues, I get that too. I found that what it helped me do, the medication that I take, is essentially it's like acting as a compressor. This is a terrible analogy, but it's like I'm just going to use an audio analogy, that you have a lot of peaks and valleys where you go through a lot of emotion of like really intense highs and very low lows, and it goes up and down like this. What I found is what it did was just kind of bring that all together, so it's a lot more of a flat line. So it feels weird, because there's things where I'm like, I'm really not feeling as excited about all of these things that I used to, but I'm finding that I'm a lot happier and excited more consistently. And I'm not feeling as down as consistent, like, at all. And when I do feel down, it's way easier to pull myself back up. So I found that helped me, but that could be, it doesn't work for everyone. Also, one of the side effects that's annoying, it makes you itchy for like 6 weeks. But at least for me, and I was like, this sucks, because I'm like going to the gym. Oh, it makes you sweat more, and it makes you itchy. And then on top of that, I was going to the gym, and I was like, raw. I had to get some anti-itching thing, and I used it like 3 times, and then it was fine. Anxiety meds are an old one, so no R. Yeah, yeah, they've been around for a long time. But what the doctor did for me is they basically prescribed the anti-anxiety med, because they were like, that will then help with the depression things, because it's like sometimes depression can be caused by something else. So taking medication for depression could be like not good, and it can have like, one of the side effects of antidepressant antidepressant medication is severe depression and suicidal thoughts. That is literally a side effect of the thing that's supposed to stop you having those. It's wild. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. They're like, okay, let's try it. Let's maybe like start at baby step one. Fucking DJs needs to be back just to make sure you both die. No, I will say, Scott, I make a lot of stews and it's like primarily veg. It's just this week, I just kind of was like, I'm just gonna eat nachos for dinner and everything. I just had A&W for dinner as well, which had lettuce on it, had lettuce and onions on, so it counts. But turns out it's just a pre-workout. It's not the meds. I don't. You see? I don't even pre-workout. I have Coke Zero for pre-workout, which I've stopped buying, by the way. I've stopped buying it because I'm not buying US stuff if I don't have to. Saying that I did get Coke Zero while I got A&W, but it was like 11 cents as part of the meal. So, don't sue me, but sue me. But the reason I brought up the whole body thing of like the RMT who was like, oh, you're saying that, is today I was out with someone and they were just like, we were talking about stuff that we eat, and they were just like, it's shocking because she's like looking at you and the way that you look now, it's like the way you describe food, you should not look like that. And I was like, and you're like, oh, I mean that as a compliment because there's so many people who deal with these situations of like they're afraid to eat this and afraid to eat that. Hi Pyro, how's Helldivers? I think your favorite memes about Baba is pricing everything US. Wait, what? Sorry, hang on. I think my favorite meme about Baba is pricing everything US based with 47 cents. Oh, so it's $1? Buy anything but oh, okay. Yeah, because if it's 47 cents, it's $1 or something? Or because of 47th president? I don't know. I'm too dumb. Damn, that would be an easy way to shop. You still have to read the labels. Making something that. Oh, I see. So it's like for 47th pres. Well, now he's the 49th. But like, yeah, just making a point of it. So if you see it, like kind of like what Costco does, where they use certain price tags, and it's like if it's this price, it has this number at the end. It's like the last of the stock, or like it's on sale. Or, okay, that's actually a really funny way to deal with it. Yeah. I actually really like that. But yeah, they were just saying, it's like, yeah, the way that you're talking about food, it's like the fact that it's like, yeah, I ate like nachos for dinner, and then I ate like a ramekin of chocolate chips, and then I drank some chocolate milk, and they're just like, what do you mean? I was like, yeah, and I lost like 3 pounds doing it, and they're like, what the fuck is wrong? I'm like, what do you mean? It works. If this is how I get through it, I was like, I used the 80-20 method, and their response was, what, 80% junk? And I was like, you know what? Kind of. I was like, but yeah, I was like, I subscribe to calories in, calories out. And they were like, yeah, long term, that's probably not great. And I was like, no, it's not. But if this is what keeps me on track with my goals right now, and this is what I need to just do, then I'm not gonna stop myself. I'm not good. Like I'm very proportionate. You could eat butter if it wasn't 1,000. Yeah, if you eat 1,000 calories or 10,000 calories, you're saying if you eat 1,000 calories of donuts in a day, that's still 1,000 calories. Like, yes, you got to think about the micronutrients, but it's like if your goal is to lose weight, or get to a certain weight, it's calories in, calories out. It's that. So my goal right now is not really anything else other than hitting a specific, technically a body fat percentage, but by proxy a weight. And so that's what I'm operating on. That's entirely what I'm operating on. And the rest of it, I'm like, yeah, I just have a stew. I make stew. It makes me 5 meals for the week. It's celery, carrots, onions, garlic, but like a lot of it. Veggie broth, mushroom broth, couscous, beef stew, or I'll do it with the Beyond Meat sausages. Each serving's like 500 calories. That's it. Like that's it. Just want to have some. Kind of, but not really. Not abs, but I think I want to finally see the hard work that I've put in. I want to finally actually see everything that I've been doing, which I feel like not that I've stagnated, but I think that I think I want to get to a point where I'm like, okay, I want to see what I've done. I will say this is very much TMI, and I do apologize. How do I say this in an appropriate way? Your boy be horny. No. My interest in certain activities has exponentially increased to a ridiculous amount that I have not. Yeah, like my libido has not been like this since I was like 25, which is like weird. Weight loss and muscle gain. Yeah. But it's like in the last, I want to say 3 weeks, it's been like that. Like, and I'm just like, you plateaued when you're out, got back, cut a lot. Yeah. Whenever I plateau, I try and cut. The hardest part is going, then my weight's going down. It fucks with my brain. But then I'm like, no, it's all relative. It's all relative. So like me getting now dropping to like 168, like that's about where I was today, like 168. Um, I assume I've gained a little bit of muscle since then, but there was some kind of tipping point that I rolled over and it just like flipped, dude. It flipped. And I'm like, what the fuck? Because I have been very, very like disinterested. That's the only way I can say it. I've been very disinterested. Like it's not a motivator for my day to day. That's not why I do things how I operate or anything. It's not a driving factor in my life. And so I've operated on that and just had a lot of disinterest in it. Like it's not been a pursuit of like even like for dating, it's not like, oh, I want to date. Because if I wanted to date just to have sex, I would have done that with that person that I was dating for 4 months and I didn't, right? That wasn't what I like for me. It was like I wanted to be sure that I wanted to be with that person, and I just wasn't quite sure. Obviously, like it didn't work out, but I wanted to be sure before I did that. But it's like recently, I don't know, man. So definitely like my testosterone levels must have gone up, and like I finally like crossed over a certain body fat percentage where it's like, okay, now you're in this range where this has kind of come back or whatever. But like, yeah, it's been interesting. It's been interesting how it's like affected how my brain, I guess like how my brain works. That's the only way to say it, right? So it's like, I don't know. It's been horny. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's just like I'm obviously not doesn't need any more explanation or detail than that. Spring, oh my God. Christ. But it's just yeah, it's been an interesting shift on that front. And so, you know, who knows? So I'm just like, okay, cutting down. It's like we'll see where we end up. My goal is like 15% body fat. I think I'm at about 18 right now, so I really don't have far to go. And then I'm just gonna hold at that. This is the meaning purpose of life for a lot of people, things, and generalizing. Yeah. I feel sorry for Sarah. She's fine. She's fine. Just don't shine a black light near the dress, okay? But aside from that, she's fine. Um, yeah, I mean, it, it's more just like I know that is a big factor for a lot of people. For me, it hasn't been, but it's yeah, this whole change of like, I guess it's just like I've been really lethargic. I think I spent like 10 years very lethargic, very docile, very just like, and then I was like, this just became part of my life that I was like, this clearly isn't important to me, or this clearly isn't a thing. And then since I've been really taking care of myself, I feel like like I said, I feel like a switch is just, or like something is ticked over and, or like turned, I mean, literally and figuratively turned back on. And it's like, oh, so it's an interesting position to be in, but like, I don't know, it's not really changed my life too much, but it's just like I catch myself thinking about certain things more than I usually do, which is usually just like, I don't know, Pokemon. And now I'm thinking about, Clefairy doing terrible things to me. Man, I want to make a version of that emote so bad, and I don't have the drawing skills. I really do. I really want to make a version of that. How could you possibly look respectively? I mean, that's a thing too of like I've been concerned when I've been in the gym because it's like I look around a lot when I'm in the gym because I'm just seeing what people are doing, right? And I'm not staring at people. I'm definitely not staring at women. Definitely not staring at women. I want to make that clear. But there's sometimes when I'm looking around and you'll see someone, you'll catch the eye, and I'm like, oh fuck, do they think I've just been standing here staring at them the whole time? So my brain is like paranoid because of the change, where it's like, oh fuck, am I, because of this, am I now coming across as this? Am I like, there's so many things where I'm like I'm paranoid about it because I'm like, maybe I'm like questioning like, well, maybe I was, Maybe I was looking for too long. Most of the times when I'm in the gym and I'm looking at people, I'm seeing what they're doing as a workout because either I want to learn because there's a lot of bodybuilders in my gym and there's a lot of like I want to say professional fitness people or at least semi-professional or like take it very seriously that you can learn a lot from them and they're doing not necessarily different exercises, but it's about the technique and how they're approaching it and then I want to try that technique or I want to like improve because if I'm doing something I'm like, man, this doesn't feel right. Maybe I'm doing something wrong and I'm trying to watch. And you catch like you'll be looking and watching with a person, and then they'll look at you and you're like, oh fuck, and you look away. And then you're like, wait, no, I'm just like if I do that, then it looks like I'm doing you start getting that. There's a lot of ladies building their bodies. It's got Scott, the amount of ladies building their bodies in the gym has gone up exponentially as well. And so I'm just like, I keep to myself. I have my headphones in and I'm just working out and I'm not paying attention to anything. In the sense of like I'm not staring, but I'm just curious because like when you're standing there and you're doing like lateral raises and then you look over and there's someone doing a scorpion pose with fucking cable machine, you're like, what the fuck are they doing? But then they're like built like this, and you're like, okay, maybe they're doing something right. Suddenly you're like questioning everything, and then you got to communicate your headspace. Yeah, no, your technique's good. Yeah, it's like, oh, it's like, sorry, I wasn't looking at you in a creepy way. I was just looking at your body. Like, I've not said that to anyone, but it's like, you're just like, oh, fuck, do they think this or that? And I don't think they do, but I think you just get get in your own head about, or at least I do, and then you're like, oh, you've been doing evenings last couple of weeks. Oh, it's very different. I've been going later in the afternoon, like 3, 4 o'clock, 4:30, and it's just like very different crowd. The lunchtime crowd or like the morning-ish crowd is very much like, oh, this is my job, this is my career, or this is my life. And then the older crowd's like later crowd is people finishing work and whatnot, and it's a lot more of social crowd. But yeah. Also, sorry for anyone. There's an ad that's gonna run any minute, and I kind of missed the snooze button. I'm really sorry. But it's only like a 90-second ad. So I think Toxic must have already hit one. But yeah. Sorry, I missed it. But Mission Morning Crowd evenings. It didn't really. It says only one of them's been used. But no. Oh well. Anyway, thoughts on the micro turtleneck? Thoughts, feelings? I think I look really good in it. This, I will say, it's grayed out. The fuck? It is now. You can't skip it now. It's too late. As soon as like the little green thing's gone, it's too late. But I will say I don't know what material this is made from, and I could check. I think it may be wool. This thing is like windproof. Would you prefer to turn it off you? Oh baby, don't throw at me with a good time, Scott. But it isn't bad. I think it sits me really well. I think it shows off my frame. I bought this a long time ago. I've had this for a long time. This was like in a box from when I moved to Canada. Like this is like a shirt from the UK. That's how long I've had it. Because I haven't been able to fit into any of my old clothes because I was too fat. And so I'm digging out all my old clothes. This thing is like, I went out today in the rain with the wind hitting me and it felt like nothing. Like I couldn't feel any cold or anything. I had a jacket over the top, but I was like, I'm actually kind of too warm. This is like the greatest sweater I've ever owned, and I need to buy more of them because I I can walk around tight weave, heavy knit, yeah. And it's not like super thick and heavy in like a like pulls you down kind of way. But man, it's just like I didn't even take a scarf with me because like this area is like really good because it's got like the chunky knit. I need more of these. I need more of these because yeah, I've walked around in this recently and not had a coat on, and people have been like, "Are you cold?" And I'm like, "No, I'm actually too warm." Getting a shacket from local laundry. Really? A shacket? I know it's a jacket, but like there, like one of the fur line, like a sheep thingy ones. Oh, I bought new clothes. Well, I don't know if anyone saw. I didn't post it on Instagram or anything, or I posted it into the Discord. But I got a new coat, and the coat looks fucking tits, dude. Actually, let me see if I can just show a photo. I was gonna get the coat, and I was like, you can literally only see this much, but it honestly looks so fucking good. Where is it? Oh, nope. Nope, that's a random beach with a dead whale on it. My bad. I don't know if this will show through. Might be too blurry, but it's fucking sick. I went and just like did a bunch of clothes shopping. Hang on, sorry. Had to turn the color filters off on my phone. It's like this like brownie beige tan jacket. Jacket's just heavy. Oh, okay, okay. So very kind of similar to this. This one isn't super heavyweight, but this jacket is my favorite jacket. It sit like I as much as I'm just hyping myself. Oh, that's nope. There we go. I gotta turn all the colors off because otherwise it hurts my brain. It you know what? I'm just gonna get it. This is so stupid. You wanna know? You wanna know why this is? It's because I was scrolling Twitch today and yesterday, and it kept like on the app where it's like it just shows you who's live and it doesn't matter, and it's showing you random people. It kept showing me like all of these women and just chatting doing fashion shows, and I think I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna do my own fashion show. But yeah, it's this. Like, look at this thing, man. I can put the color, put my color up, put my color down, but like, it's so fucking good. This, like, I'm not gonna lie, this is my new favorite jacket. I've never owned a jacket. It's very Mac coded, which Mac is our friend. Fashion take on, yeah, it's a little, it's not as like thick as it probably looks. It kind of has that look of like almost like the inner lining of another jacket. Um, it's kind of warm, but it's still a little too cold for it. But when it gets to spring, this thing, like it, I'm not gonna lie, I think I wear it well. Like my frame is pretty good right now for this. But yeah, it's partly made with it's Old Navy. It's nothing crazy. This was like $65 at Old Navy. That's like it it looks like a if you went into like a Harry Rosen or anywhere like that, this you would see something like this going for like $200. I Will it last as long because the material? I mean, it's Old Navy. As long as I look after it, yeah. But it really it's just a nice coat. I don't know. I don't know. I'm really happy with it. It was the only one in my size. It was the only one that they had. I was like, fuck it, I'm buying it. Like it looks good. Fashion take on your old work jacket. Yeah, it just looks like, and like wearing it with this today, like I wore it out today. I was just like, oh yeah, I was absolutely feeling myself today walking around. Cause like I've definitely like got wider on my shoulders, and so I got much more of like a Dorito shape now than I've had before. So wearing that and just kind of feeling a little bit broader, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with feeling that way. Anyway, that's just me talking about my body once again. Where's Robin? every time it's just like me talking about my body. Let's talk about finance. No. I actually I joke about it, but I will for a second. I got so once again, I do not ever recommend anyone ever invest in stupid risky things like covered call ETFs. I will never ever 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 recommend it. You have to do your taxes this weekend. I have to pay my corporate ones. I've already filed the corporate ones. But like I want to start getting my personal ones ready soon. Become Dorito. I'm trying to be that overseasoned Dorito where it's like I saw a meme today. It was like this chip would kill a 15th century peasant because it was so over, like the entire bag's flavoring was entirely on this one chip that like folded in and just encased all of the flavoring, and I was laughing for like 5 minutes at it. Spectacular. I am very pale. I am very white. I am very, very white. Um, but yeah. So I will never, ever, ever, ever tell anyone to invest in a covered call ETF because it is the dumbest thing that you can do. And if you don't have money to lose, you are gambling. You are gambling. In the most truest way possible. However, I did put some money into it. caveat, I did not put any money that I earned into it. I took profits from other stocks that I had bought that were doing well, and I took little bits off them. So the amount of money I actually put into it is significantly less than what it would be. Or sorry, I technically bought more than I would have with cash. So like if I bought like $1,000 of it, but I have more, yeah, I think that you understand what I'm saying. I bought it with the profits of other things. I didn't buy it from money that I actually earned and did myself. So it's not money that has come out of my pocket. Stocks for stocks, yes, exactly. I got a 1 month payout. My month payout this month from this stock that is paying out 110% dividend annually. I'm not kidding. That's the dividend amount, which paid out like $2 or something like that. I got $900 US for 1 month from this thing. It's, the price has gone down from what I paid for it, but I got a $900 US dividend payout. But yeah, well, for you, not for me. I'm trying to get it to that. So my plan with it is I'm the way in which it works, I mean, this is all speculative because it will go down in value, so that doesn't make sense. But if it stayed at its same value, let's say, and it paid out the same dividend every month, after 6 months, the amount of money that I would earn from it will double. So my plan is after 6 months, once I've got a few more months of this dividend coming in, that it stays where it is. Worst case, it goes away and I lost profit. I didn't lose a single penny that I earned. Nothing came out of my pocket. Best case scenario, it follows that track of what I'm trying to do. What I'm going to do is after that period of time, I'm taking out my principal amount that I put in, aka stock for stock, the profit, plus any money I put into it. And then I'm letting the rest of it ride. And I'm just doing that. But like, that is an insane dividend payout for not that much that is invested. So yeah, now we're between missions and Helldivers. I can tell you. Okay, because I did ask you about it, and you were in my dream. Oh baby, in my dream last night. The small part of it, it was running into when we were both in Ukraine randomly. You were there for Netflix. You were wearing a Netflix shirt. That's definitely a dream. I would never wear a Netflix shirt. I'd never do that. So that had to be a dream. But yeah, man, I will say, like, as much I wish that I could have done it when I wasn't a poor just graduated student, but when I lived in Prague, it's the future. Man, living in Prague in Crave, there we go. His Hulu reps. Yeah. Living in Prague was so good. I just but Prague in 2009. Oh my God. If I was like 2009 and I had like just a little bit of money where I could have just stayed for however long I wanted to. I was there for like 6-7 months doing a sculpting internship. It was really hard because I had no money. It was so expensive. It wasn't expensive, but the guy I was living with was basically getting me to pay his entire rent. And so I was like, okay. Oh, Pyro. Yeah. Sculpting these nuts, 10 out of 10. Yeah, you know what? We'll give you a 10 for that one. Yes. Not gonna lie, check girls. Yeah, it was insane. Like, you would go to anyway, you go to McDonald's and you would see everyone there was just absolutely stunning. Like everyone. And so the guy that I was learning sculpting from was an older American guy. He was probably like mid to late 40s at that time. And basically he was just dating like, no, it's not great, but it's like he was dating like 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds. And because they were all just like, you're an older man who has money. And I was like, that's not why I want to go there. I just want to be clear. What I mean is that being like, if I was like 21, 22, and I could have just like gone out and like actually enjoyed the city without being like, I'm poor and I'm eating ramen noodles, even though am living in a country where I can get an entire McDonald's meal for like $2. It was like, that's a lot of money right now. So sculpting intern, so just hitting the weights. I wish if it was Ronnie Coleman. Oh my God. These days, the dream. Back then, had no desire whatsoever to get into shape. I did it like 24, but really what happened was I just starved myself to the point of having no body fat, and called it fitness. That's what I did. This is technically the first time I've been in shape, like in a real way. But yeah, man, it was just like such a weird time. And like the stuff that he would do that I just didn't want to do, such as go to brothels. I didn't want to do that, but he really did. It's very weird, considering he didn't need to. It was just he was like, yeah, they let you do stuff that other girls won't, and I was like, gross. I was like, that's fucking gross. We went into one. It was like a speakeasy slash brothel, and there was a picture on the wall of Pete Postlethwaite on the wall with just like 16 women. It's like, checkers, digital nomad. Yeah, but I can't get work, even though it has digital nomad, because of my job that relies on tax credits. I have to be in BC. That's the problem. It's if I worked for myself, if I was doing this, oh man, creator. Yeah, I don't make any money. You kidding me? Are you kidding me? I think this costs me more money than I make from streaming. Fuck working for the man. I've tried. Why do you think I'm investing in fucking covered call ETFs, man? Trying to get enough money that it pays my rent and I don't have to. Like, that's literally it. If I can ride it for 6 months and then take my money out, I can put that into a regular S&P 500, and then I can let the rest ride and it will pay my fucking rent. Sugar Daddy's Mac and Scott. Please. Scott, Sugar Daddy? Scott, are you going to finish that? No, I'll eat it off your plate, Scott. That Scott? The other Scots. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about... Okay. Oh. Just fucking Scooter catching strays. Me calling... It's funny. The reason I bring that up, if Scott's lurking, I don't know if he is that Shay's girlfriend mentioned it one time, and oh, you mean the Scott who wrote a book? That book. She brought up, it's like, yeah, Scott always seems to like take the leftovers of other people's plates and just kind of eat that, but he never kind of buys food. And we all called it out, and I don't think even he realized it. And now just every time it happens, we just make so much fun out of him. We went and got wings on Super Bowl Sunday. I didn't even know it was Super Bowl Sunday. I just knew it was Sunday. And we went because it was cheap. And I was like, he would just only get water. And I was like, every time the person came over to refill his water, I'd be like, Scott, say thank you. Say thank you. Say thank you, Scott. I just kept giving him shit the whole time for him to just be like, yep, just this. Anyway, I wish. Mac's away right now. Mac's away right now. Man, if I had money, I just need money to like exist. Like, the whole buying a place is entirely because I want a dog and I want housing security. That's it. That's honestly it. But if I didn't care about that, I would just be like renting and like I've seen so many places come on the market that are the same quality as the one I'm living in right now for the same price even today. And I'm like, yeah, I just move and I just do that, cuz like dumping a bunch of money into an apartment. Excuse me, sorry. Dumping a bunch of money into an apartment is like the worst idea. Unless you're doing it for a specific reason, like I said, with like housing security and things like that. It's like, oh no, I'm not putting into equity. Right, but you're also not putting down $100,000. So like, would you rather have $100,000 that's riding for the next 30 years that's already invested, or slowly dumping it into something that is eventually after 25 years going to cost you twice as much as what you paid for it? You know what I mean? So there's yeah, it's purely because I just want housing stability. I'm sick of having bad landlords. So I've had 2 good landlords, but it just wasn't great situations in terms of just like, one of them, the apartment was way too small, like way too small. I could barely fit in there, and I had nothing at that time. Now I wouldn't even be able to fit anything in. I wouldn't be able to fit my desk in. It was that small. And then before that, it was just like the landlord was getting pressured to have his family move in because they were like, oh, your son needs a place, you should be giving it to your son. And it's like, 6 out of 7 good landlords. I guess I think I'm at about out of I guess 5 since I've been here. I want to say maybe 6, but two only. I've only had 2 good landlords while I've lived here. I've only had 2. One shit one, but the building manager was good. Yeah, that was another thing. Like the one of the ones when Shay and I lived together, I was the one that had to deal with the property manager the whole time. And he was fucking awful. But the building manager was amazing. He was amazing. But like the property manager fucking like he was trying to get, if you wanted to pay your rent by Interac, which for Americans is just basically by like email transfer, like e-transfer. You had to pay a $25 admin fee, and it's like, fuck off, dude. And I was like, what the fuck is this? We only lived there for 1 year, and he went through 4 or 5 assistants. That's how much of a piece of shit this guy is. He has like a 1-star rating on Amazon. And like I met someone else who also lived in a building that was managed by him. And they were like, yeah, this guy's an insane person. He fixes nothing. He's lazy. He doesn't check anything. But like while we're signing stuff, he kept telling us about how his son tells him he works too hard and he needs to retire. The dude refused to work. He would only work from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. for like 3 days a week. And then he was like a Jewish man who clearly didn't practice anything of Judaism, but would use all of the anything he could do to get out of work. Like just incredibly lazy. Like he would do the whole thing where it's like you can't turn on electricity and things like that. But then just be the biggest piece of shit for everything else. Just like so terrible. So terrible. And he had this like cough. And I don't know what it was, but it was like, I'm pretty sure whatever it was, he gave it to me because I got sick so often with that same cough, like for 4 months after we moved in there, and I couldn't shake it. It was like right before COVID. I generally think that he gave me fucking COVID. I don't know, but Calgary one, shit one, demanded checks on it. Yeah. This guy was like, demanded checks. Otherwise, you had to pay $25 to pay the fee. If you wanted to give notice, you had to. He was like, you have to do it in writing and come into the office and hand it in personally. Like anything he could do to deter people from doing anything, he was trying to do. And like, so we gave notice via email, and he clearly was not paying attention. And one of his like new assistants, like the 15th one at that point, or whatever it was, accepted the notice. And then, so we gave like 6 weeks notice or something. 2 weeks into the last month, he's like, oh, what the fuck? Like, you guys are supposed to do this. I'm like, no, you know for a fact, as long as we give notice in writing, which this counts as writing, it's like, even the even the building manager was like, yeah, you could give it on a napkin and slide it under a door. As long as it's in writing, it doesn't fucking matter. I'm like, yeah. So it was so bad. He was so bad. It was like when we moved in, it was like, oh yeah, we had like professional cleaners come in and clean this place and everything like that. But then when we did our move out inspection, he didn't fucking check anything at all. And he was like, oh, did you guys like even hang anything up in here? And like, we did. Shay put fucking holes in the wall because he hung up a TV. And it's like, yeah, we were like, he didn't care. And then as we're moving out, he was like, oh, there's like crumbs in this drawer. It's like, yeah, you need to clean this out because the next people will be like, call me out for this. And I was like, hold on, when we moved in, you were like, you did a proper clean. Like, fuck you. There was like shit behind like the fridge and everything when we moved in. And yeah, and then they rented it out and they dropped the price. And we were like, you motherfuckers, because no one wanted to live there because what was happening was it was across from like Pacific Center, not downtown like the mall, but like the old train station. And it was like there was like a shooting that happened there. People, what they would do is there was like a courtyard area, and a lot of people who were dealing with addiction would go there and overdose. And it's kind of fucked up that you had like kids leaving. You had like people and kids like who lived in this building coming out, and they would see like people like overdosing. Like it's like pretty fucking dark in the sense of like these people have just been left in a horrible situation and needed help. But also it's like on the flip side of like, yeah, you have kids seeing that, it's not great. So like they had to drop the price. It was right on like the border of where it became really, really sketchy. And then it's right by where they moved all of the homeless tents from East Hastings or from Hastings down. It's like right by there. So it became like even worse. They were trying to put a fence in and they didn't put a fence in for years. As soon as that encampment moved over there, that fence went up like that. It was like, oh, suddenly you got your shit together after like 5 years. And yeah, and I don't know. Vancouver's getting worse. Vancouver's really getting bad, and it's getting scary. There's been so many bad things that have happened recently. A lot of like the people that they moved from Hastings have basically just gone back now. So now you have two giant camps of this, and it's just no one's getting any help. Um, not there's not enough workers to help with the situation, so it's left to be dealt with by the police, which is not good. Like there's like special numbers you can call to kind of report things like this, and those numbers were so overwhelmed they were just like, yeah, we can't take a call right now, try calling the police. Like they were like telling you to call the police, which the police do not deal with it properly. And then on top of that, there's just like issues with the police dealing with it too, right? It just keeps going and getting worse, and it's just like I don't know. It's also like a hard part of like buying. It's like looking further away. That's a big part of like trying to find somewhere that is in a bit of a safer area. I don't know. It's a very privileged thing to be like a safer area, but it's just like, if I want a dog, if I want all these things, it's like I want to be safe taking the dog out, and I want the dog to be safe. Like just walking around the streets in the city when I had Teddy, it's like the amount of needles and broken glass and like just shit, literal and figurative shit that was all over the sidewalks. It's like it's not great. It's not great for people, let alone for animals. But like especially for an animal who's walking around on that, it's scary. And like there's stuff where it's like people leaving out food that's kind of like tainted food and things to like on purpose to like hurt animal. No, it's getting really fucked. It's getting really, really fucked. So anyway, on a lighter note, let's move away from pets being poisoned. Oh, hi, Crack. Speak of the devil. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Speak of the devil of it lightening the mood. Hi, Crack. Not speak of the devil. You poison dogs. Oh, it's been a day. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hi, Crack. It's really good to see you. How was your day? How was your week been? What day is it? Saturday? Just enjoying my tea from my sloth mugs. I'm really sad. I only have 3 of these left. It was a set of 4. It was a hanging sloth one and it broke, and I'm really sad about it. Still Saturday? Oh, okay. Okay, I think we're in the same time zone, or at least similar. Yeah. Hopefully you've been having a good day, good weekend. What have you been up to? We've talked about everything. We've talked about my body, my growing, changing body as a young woman. We've talked about me YOLOing money into covered call ETFs. We've talked about me fucking up dating and getting dumped by text. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What did we talk about? Day was good playing Vector. Hell yeah, dude. I think we've talked about that before. You're pretty good with that game. I'm too dumb for that game. I really am. I was thinking like I have the other gaming PC on. I'm actually, you know what? Give me 1 sec. He's also in. I don't even. You know what? I don't know what it means. And so I feel like this is the whole tree grow and thing grow thing that happened last stream. I refuse to say it because I feel like it's gonna get me in trouble unless it's pegging, in which I'm in. Okay, I'm in. Let me go turn the heating off. I'm fucking sweating. I could just take the jumper off. This is okay. I'll. So I have this thing. I have this weird thing, which Shay and everyone keeps calling me out on, which is that whenever I go to places, depending on what I'm wearing, I refuse to take off the layers that I'm wearing unless it's a coat. And I don't know why. I don't know what it is. So like me being like, I would rather turn my heating off than take the jumper off, even though taking the jumper off, which I just said 20 minutes ago, is exceptionally a warm jumper. I would rather turn the heating off than that. I don't know what's wrong with me about like I cannot remove layers. I don't know what it is. Okay, we're gonna break the mold right now. We're gonna remove the sweater. We're gonna remove the micro turtleneck. Ugh, there we go. I don't know why I'm making that noise. So I know that one. Okay. Also, aside from oh, this is causing some cool moire, this shirt. So, this is the infamous shirt. I don't know if you I guess I put it on a close friend's story. Uh well, I already told the story about me getting a cider spilled all over me. This is that shirt. This is this is the cider spill shirt. I wore it again today. So who I was with today while I was out bought me this Mexican, like we went to a Mexican store and it's like a burrito snack thing. It's supposed to be spicy. I have not tried it yet. Wait, what? Okay. I Scott, I set the close friends up like 4 years ago, and the only thing I've done is remove my ex from it. So it's not a personal slight, I promise. You know what? I'm using one of my five remaining screen zen things to add you right now because I'm going to correct that. This is how much I don't use Instagram is I have it locked down with screen apps. Okay, how do I do this? How do I do this? Close friends. SG. Why? What? It's not bringing you up. What the hell? Where are you? Did you delete me? Did you erase me from your life? Or am I just misremembering your entire Okay, give me a sec. Oh, I know why I fucked up. I know how I fucked up. I know how I fucked up. Oh god, this is gonna close in like a minute. Please, for the love of God. There you are. Done. Okay, now you are. Now you are. Fixed. Well, while I'm here, while I used up one of these. Me just sending memes to people. I'm gonna start sending you memes as well, Scott. I open Instagram like maybe twice a day, and all I do is just spam people memes. And then I close the app. Never to return again. For at least another hour. All right, I'm off. I closed Instagram. I closed it. 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 Anyway, hi, hello, hi, Havoc, hi. Sorry, your color was the same as Scott, so I missed your message. Hi. It's probably the age. I mean, that's why you're making that noise. Why? Why? What did I do to you? You know what? Actually, I deserve that. After this week, I deserve that. I've been a piece of shit. But anyway, yeah, she got me this spicy burrito thing, and I don't know what it is. It's burrito de tamarindo. Ama pulp tamarind candy. But it's only 73 calories. I'm worried that it's got something in that I might discover I'm allergic to, but I don't think I'm allergic to anything. But it has like a nut. I don't know if it's nuts on the front. Speaking of libido, 37 makes it. I'm 37 as well. I'm 37. Back off, okay? I'm very sensitive. I turned 37 in December. How's it going, dude? Happy Sunday. I did plan to play some games. As to what, I do not know. But I don't know if I can be asked, quite frankly. I don't know if I can be asked. I don't know what to play. Today I learned I'm younger than stream. Yeah, I look fucking old as well. I look like I'm in my late 40s, maybe early 50s. Feeling rough, feeling a little gay, feeling a little rough, the usual. Going okay, just chilling. Nice, dude. Nice. How's the family? It's Family Day this weekend in Canada on Monday. So that's nice for everyone who has a family. It's like Valentine's Day and then Family Day. I'm like, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do to me, universe? Okay, I don't have either of these things. Leave me alone. So yeah, all I have is a spicy burrito that I'm not sure is gonna kill me, but it's a snack. I'll let you know how it goes. Actually, I'll forget and I won't eat it otherwise. So I better. I promised I would try it. Oh fuck, there's another ad. I'm out of snoozes. Holiday in the States, and it's currently laughable. What's the holiday in the States? I don't know what that is. President. Oh, okay. President. Yeah. Okay. We'll get right on that. I don't even know. I didn't even know when Biden was in power, so I'm sure shit I gotta know when you know who's in. All right. I'm just gonna run these ads, and then we'll get an hour free of stuff. I'm gonna go put this back. So call 911. Oh, the new takeout place that opened on Robson. It's actually called 911. I think it's like Pizza Fusion, but it's like cop themed. It's weird. It's weird. I'm just gonna preemptively run the ad so that we don't have to deal with them for a while. Fucking President's Day, man. U.S. needs to get their shit together. I don't know. I've stopped reading the news. I didn't read it too much at the best times, but I needed to. I just need to stop reading the news, man. I can't do it anymore. It's just every day the Apple news that pops up on my phone. I'm just like, what now? I don't understand what reciprocal tariffs means, to be honest. Of like, I understand what reciprocal means, but I'm like, what do you mean? Like, he's the one imposing all the tariffs. Like, how is it? I don't know. Canada's kind of fucked. Like, our dollar right now is fucked, and this is a really positive message. I'm sorry, everyone. Canada's just fucked. I don't know. Like what? We're almost at 60 cents US to the dollar. Our dollar is going up because US. Oh, okay. Well, suddenly I'm okay with that. So okay, here's what I need to happen. I need step one. I need the conversion rate to get worse. Hear me out, because the covered call ETF that I have pays out in US dollar. Okay. Step two. Let's improve the Canadian dollar so it becomes 1-to-1 again, like it was in like 2012, or like 98 to a dollar. Let's get it back, and then I can give it the money back. That's it. It's all about me. It's probably gonna drop loads. I don't know. And then talking to Toxic kind of in the Discord too, of just like I feel so out of loop of like news because I'm just like I can't do it, that I haven't even been looking at stuff that's coming out. So like the RTX 5080 just came out, and like the graphics cards, $1,500 Canadian for a 5080. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? For a 5080, I know it has 16 gigs of VRAM, but like $1,500. That's like what I paid for a 3090. Actually, our dollar is going to high. Ugh. News like more now. Her more on tariff. Yeah, it is more on tariffs. That is 3,200. That's probably the 5090. The 5090 is probably up to that. I paid 2,300 for the 3090. It was at the start of the pandemic when I was upgrading my computer. I paid like 2,300 for 3090. It's fucked. Today's been acting weird. It keeps restarting my computer I've updated the graphics drivers. I'm hoping that stops it, but man, my computer just keeps restarting randomly. I'll leave a stream open and I'll go out and come back and it restarted itself. And I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know. I do wish that like Mac computers just played games. I don't know. I wish they got their shit together and they played games, and I would just move over completely because okay, two problems. Can't play as many games as you need to. Yes, there's things like cloud gaming that solves it to an extent, but not really. The fact that Nvidia's cloud gaming thing, the GeForce Now, is sold out. How does that happen? How is it sold out? The chance is better. Yeah, you're not wrong. I've thought about it. Linux for gaming. Fuck, I even thought about building a machine and just putting SteamOS on it. I know it's the worst idea. But if I'm building a machine just for gaming, all I'm gonna do is what? Log into the app and then load Steam. Steam Deck is all Linux and runs to. Yeah, I have a Steam Deck. I love the Steam Deck. I really like it. Thought about that, Loki. Yeah, I mean, honestly, man, like, why not? Why not just like, you don't have to pay for Windows. The only thing that if the only thing you're gonna do on it is game, because like even on the Steam Deck, because it's Linux, you can install Epic Games store as well. Because like if you want to play Fortnite, because I know you want to play Fortnite, get rid of all the bloatware, just be done with it. Like, what? I have a gaming PC where all I do is open Steam and then put it in big picture mode and that's it. Like that's all I want. And then whatever runs on Steam Deck will run on that machine because that's basically it. So the other thing is the software that I use for work is terrible on Mac. It is so poorly supported. Like I can't even launch the free non-commercial version, which is designed for Mac. I cannot open on my Mac. So I've heard some people say that you can basically you can get to like the desktop or like the whatever of Steam Deck. Basically what Steam Deck does is it launches Linux and then it opens up Steam. And like, that's essentially what it's doing. You can actually install or jailbreak the Steam Deck and put emulators on it and then also install Epic Games. It just depends if it's released, right? Most yeah. So that means like no EA games and no Ubisoft games. So unless it's through Steam, which would validate it, right? So, but if you're doing it through Steam, if you put Steam OS on, I feel like maybe, I don't know. I feel like it's almost worth it. Well, I'm getting a Steam Deck. Steam Deck's pretty good, man. It's pretty damn good. And now they have the OLED one where the battery lasts twice as long. Yeah. That's the only downside with it is the battery life, I would say. It lasts about 2 hours. The regular one that I have for your trip mainly. For your trip manly. Oh boy. Love the OLED one. Even good in the... Yeah. And like, I mean, I bought mine when they just got announced. Like I bought it straight off the bat before so it's like early adopter. But like, yeah, if I was buying one now, I would buy the OLED one without question because just the battery life alone. I still think the Switch 2 will be a great console. I don't think it's OLED, but we've not got any more information, I think. Or we won't get any more until April or something, I think. But Switch was like one of my favorite consoles, and then I got the Steam Deck. I was like, oh no, this is the best one because I have 300 games on my on Steam, and like almost all of them work. Like almost all of them work and run well. Like No Man's Sky should not run well on the Steam Deck. It should not. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't. But it's like games run at like 30 FPS, maybe 25. Yes, you also only have... Yes. You're like, yeah, it's I haven't played most of them. I need to do a backlog. We need to do like a backlog day where we just start digging through the old games. That's what I've been trying to do. I've kind of said it's like a... I don't want to say this year is a no buy. Definitely... Jesus. 1,200 games. Yeah, but if you play a lot of them and if you're playing them, who gives a shit? That's your hobby, right? I have lenses. So like I have lenses for cameras that I no longer own the camera of that I spent like $5,000 on. So like it doesn't fucking matter if that's your hobby, if that's what you do. Granted, I need to get rid of the fucking lens. At least you can still play the games that you have. You have neither of these things. You have other vices, Scott. You have a incredibly expensive handheld coffee grinder. That's your vice. But yeah, it's like if that's the thing that you love doing and you love playing games and everything, if you spend it on movies, if you spend it on game, like whatever, who gives a shit? We'll not speak of your bikes or liquor. Yes, exactly, exactly. Everyone's got that one thing. I'll say that my interest in filmmaking has drastically reduced in the last year. And I don't know why. And I'm a little upset about it, but I also can't pinpoint why. That I have so many ideas of things that I want to make that I'm really excited about making, but the actual process of making it, I just like nothing is nothing is sparking me to want to get out with my camera and film. And like not even it's like a YouTube video way. It's like I want to make YouTube videos. But in terms of like making a film, I don't know. I hope this trip inspires me. Yeah, I hope it does too, man. I hope it does too. It's just like I don't know. I don't know what it is. Like I have a really nice cinema camera. The movies that got into Sundance this year were shot on. Like I have a camera of that. I mean, granted, anyone with a Sony FX3 also has that, but like I have a true cinema camera that I love. I have really great lenses. I've shot films that I'm really proud of. And I'm just like, man, I don't know. Maybe I just need to combine newfound interest, horny, and oh my god. Yeah, let me just go shoot some home movies in 6K RAW. Both RAW in front of the camera and behind the camera. Red, call me. That's not a good ad. That is the worst. Uh, but man, it's just like I don't know what it is. Yeah, exactly. The Pornhub, yeah. I hear ad rev on the hub is good. Oh, well, only one way to find out. Only one way to find out. Your interest dropped as soon as you started filming for Netflix. That's true. That is true. Yeah, going to Ukraine really killed the dream in your dream. Uh, no, it's just like I loved being on set as the supervisor. I really enjoyed doing that. I'm just really struggling to like bring my own creative ideas to life. I've been focusing a lot more on game dev again, and I go through cycles, and I know. So it's like I've talked about my ideas, and I've tried to not bug Pyro because I usually bug Pyro about it because I'm excited about it for like 3 weeks, and then it just stop. And it's like I don't want to just be talking about doing stuff and not doing anything about it. And then so I've been like kind of quietly bug Mac. Mac doesn't know. Bug me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do it. There was that one girl that did a science video and got more oh, well, it's like that ginger guy who I can't remember his name, but it was like he would do like wholesome videos that he released on Pornhub, and all of the adult stars were getting mad because he was getting more views and revenue than they were. It's like man gets home from long day at work and brings you flowers. It's like is the Steam Deck expandable and needs size on which size? As far as I know, as long as you don't pick the bottom end one, like the 64 gig one, which is like a flash thing, the other ones are using NVMe drives, which I believe you can upgrade yourself. Uh, as far as I remember, because I remember hearing about that, that you can upgrade the size on the bigger ones. You just can't get the base model and do it. It doesn't have it. Carrot Top? No, I'm not sure. Hi, Mandy. How's it going? Or Malala, or all the things on YouTube. Honestly, just remind me, should be doing the same thing, so also been struggling to do the effort part of the game dev, then the idea spot. Yeah, but I think it's just that thing of like, I think what I want to do is I want to come to you and talk to you when I have something to show. And so I feel like that in turn then becomes a motivating, oops, sorry, hit the microphone, motivating factor for you, and then vice versa, and that comes back and forth. And so that's why I messaged you the other day, because I opened up Godot and I started actually like trying to figure out mic abuse. Should have dusted that. That was a bad idea. Linux gaming. Game is much easier to emulate run on Linux because most of the code doesn't call platforms to get libraries. Office or productivity tools that rely on Windows libraries heavily to run, so emulating them is harder. It might be easier to run a virtual machine in Linux to run it. Yeah, true. Oh god, I'm sorry everyone. Still Malele. And now I'm calling you Malele, so I can watch you Malele. I just haven't gone by that name in many years. True. Is that still your Twitch one? I guess you don't really use Twitch that much anymore, right? So, which is totally fine. That's okay. I appreciate you being here regardless. I do kind of like the YouTube streaming. I need to spend a little bit more time actually figuring it out and spending time in other people's channels. It's just not the most intuitive unless you already subscribe to them. But when I've watched it, the quality is like pretty damn good, honestly. It's pretty damn good. Yeah, with the virtual stuff on Linux, like ROMs and whatnot, actually works really well. So that's why the Steam Deck's good for that. You can put a shitload of emulators on it. Are they less degenerate than? I don't know. I mean, I don't get too many people coming in and typing, even Twitch since I started streaming. But yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. I don't know. I've had a couple people. I've had some things don't change, especially on YouTube, where I've had people come in and just blatantly self-promote. There was someone who came in not that long ago, and they were like chatting for a minute, and they were like, hey, yeah, oh, you're streaming on Twitch at the same time? That's awesome. They were like, I just uploaded a fan edit, and then they just wrote, I don't know why I wrote that, crying face. I was like, oh, okay. What's the fan edit? They're like, it's this. You can find it on this channel. And then they left and never came back because they saw it popping up on screen, so they knew that they could promote it to that. And I was like, it's like, dude, you're in a channel with 2 viewers. What the fuck are you? what are you doing? No one's here. It's me and you, buddy. On YouTube, it's me and you. No one else is here. It's like, this is a weird way to go about it. I'm like, why? Because I guess on YouTube they see like a sub count, not the view count really. Versus on Twitch, it's kind of filtered by view count, if you will. But how desperate. It's such like this tactic never works, right? That has never worked. It's in the same way of like raids on Twitch. They can be good to kind of a good way to keep a flow of traffic and you can send viewership to your friends, yes. But very rarely does that actually do anything in terms of increasing your viewership, right? Very, very rarely. Like just on a realistic level. Are we talking the viewer or Cam right now? Desperate? Oh, I'm so down bad. I am so down bad. You don't even know. You not hear me talking about how my libido's changed? I am very down bad. My goodness. Cam is thirsty. That is true. That is true. I kind of not, but I kind of am. I don't know what it is. It's just like I guess the only way to describe it is I have extra energy and nowhere to direct it. That's the only way I can kind of explain that. But hydrate. You know what? I will. I have my tea, but I should get some water as well. Give me a sec. Let me get some creatine in this bitch. Do you think I feel? Oh, that creep mask. Oh, you mean this? Sorry, you mean Sarah? What's wrong with? What's wrong, Andy? What's wrong? What's wrong? You got a problem with Sarah? Hopefully, I was in frame. I don't know. Why is that? Why is it not? What do you mean? If you click on my channel, you'll see the film The Guest, and it will all make sense. You can sorry, it's just all yeah, exactly. Hydrate is the term for going out on a date. Nah. Feeling the sexy. Can't please you want to say nah, it's only It's only 9:30. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. It's all good. Wait, did she just move or he doesn't like leaving her in bed alone? Yeah, she gets lonely. She gets lonely, and then she starts just straight jorking to penis, and I have to clean it all up after, and it's gross. Wait, I was talking about Twitch rates. Let me get back to that topic real quick. Actually, I was talking about two topics. We gotta talk about the Twitch rate thing, and then we gotta get back to the game dev thing, because I want to finish that thought and that whole process. Again, ADHD is all over the place. My goodness. Yeah, so with Twitch rates, it's interesting because it never really like it benefits maybe, but like I would say on average, you may get a couple follows, but it will never really like drastically increase or grow your channel because that person didn't find you based on them finding your content for themselves in whatever way that means. It's all over the place. I think I accidentally took double medication for it today, which is really funny that it's like so much worse today. I feel like if it cancels itself out and then exacerbates the problem if you accidentally take too much of it. That's what happens, Mandy. But yeah, it's just like it doesn't really benefit people as much. It gets you numbers, but yeah. Bro gets made fun of for his mega turtleneck once and he stops and cons something. No, it's because I was wearing it. That's why, Shay. I was wearing it and I finally grew. I was saying about how you and Scott and Mac make fun of me because whenever I go somewhere, I refuse to take off layers, but I will just say that I'm too warm and I refuse to take it off. And and I was doing the same thing again, where I was gonna turn the heating off instead of just taking off the fucking sweater. I did. I wore it on a date, and I looked proper well good. Stop there. It's perfect. Make fun of me. Yeah, it's true. It is true. Hi, Shay. Go follow Shay. He's pretty great. He's got a nice anus. Emote. Nice anus emote. Sorry, lips. Was it kiss? Keontae kiss? I don't remember. I don't know. You don't stream, so I'm subscribed. Go stream, and maybe I'll subscribe. How about that? I'm actually literally just waiting for you to oh god, I forgot about that one. I'm literally just waiting for you to stream again so I can subscribe and give you money. Because I like just doing that thing where we just exchange money and really just pay Twitch. It's really good. Shay doesn't stream. So far. Yeah, I think he's gonna come back soon. Hope you and Kat had a good day and she had a good birthday. And that you enjoyed my voice messages. I was very upset that on my date today, I told her about our arrangement that we talk between 9 and 6 p.m., 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day between Monday and Friday, but you took Friday off, so you didn't reply to any of my messages, and so I was upset about it, and that I sent you two today, and you kept one, but I don't think you've listened to the other one, so I will wait. But then Monday is family day, so I guess I gotta wait till Tuesday. So I look forward to your replies, and your reply will be, yeah, I forgot what you said. Anyway. Listen to both, refuse to answer till there it is. Exactly. I don't know if you saw it pop up as well. Mandy's over on YouTube and she says hi. Because I guess it fades off. So she says hi. But yeah, it's yeah, it was today was overall pretty good. I finally got my donut. I'm very happy about my donuts. Sorry. Sorry, did you steal my emote? Shay? Excuse me. How dare you take my Cam's theft and add it to your channel? That's fucking gross. That's fucking gross. Honestly, I take the shout out back. Don't follow Shay. Don't do it. The amount of DMCA, I look forward to when you DMCA me as well, and then I DMCA you for the photo of me with the fucking rolls. So good. Shay and I have come up with the idea that we're just going to steal each other's emotes, and it's just going to become a homogenized mess. Technically, you're two of my emotes right now. Mac's one of them, but this one, I hate that it's a tier 3. I did it because I don't want to actually steal his emote and people use it and then get used to it because it was purely added as a joke. That's the only thing, and that's why it's that. So like, okay, that's good. You see his replies on screen. I know why you do. I know, and I know you want it, and I know you want it, but I'm just explaining to anyone else where it's like I don't actually want people to like steal his emotes. Uh, blatantly stole this. Yeah, that one, the weak one. Oh, you called it creep. Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. Here. Yeah, clean yourself up, bitch. Every time I come up with an idea for an emote, I just make it now before I forget. And so I decided to make one of a toilet roll. Yeah, my emotes again weird. I'm trying to get weird with it. I also the person who would burn it. You are the person, but it's definitely not worth it. It's definitely not worth it at all. Yeah, what else did I add? I don't even know what else I added. Emote wise. Oh, I like updated. Oh, I added the action one as well. Brought that back, which is just, it's quite literally, someone's like, oh, did you just like rip that off? No, it's my fucking clapperboard. It's this thing that I used to have when I used to say welcome to the film crew. I use the waterfall method, Scott. Okay, some of us don't deal with cats. The roll is proper. There, exactly. How original, toilet paper. Wow, toilet paper for the shit streams. Mandy, why you gotta call me out like this? Jesus. Like, I know you're mad just because you're not getting the music, okay? But you know what? Actually, this is perfect music right now. It's kind of this like epic cinematic music as you're telling me my shit stream. Stole from Netflix according to the role is proper. Wow. No, it's shitty. It's shitty Purell, whatever the hell it's called. I love you, G Mandy. Uh, yeah, this music's terrible. Thank God it's not going to be in the VOD. So it's not going to be on YouTube, but it's not going to be in the VOD. Thank God. You won't. So the way I have it set up is YouTube, even though I pay for a subscription of MusicBed, it's still content IDs all of my videos that use the music for some reason. So I have it set up on OBS where the Twitch VOD doesn't get the music and then the YouTube stream piggybacks off that. So it just gets the microphone and it just gets the game, but it doesn't get the music. It treats YouTube viewers like the second. I mean, yeah, I do, honestly. I do. If I could treat you worse, I would, okay? So you get shafted for watching. You get 25 megabits. You literally get 1440p, 25 megabits a second. And now you want audio too? Should I just cut out my heart and give you that as well? Christ. So demanding. What do you want? Is this not enough? Is it just not a weird dude with a strange doll in his background? Not enough for you? On a Saturday night at 9:35? What more do you want? What? I can't give you any more. I'm burying my soul. Man, this is such a waste of everyone's time. I end you watching on your phone. Ugh, skill issue. That's your fucking problem. Look, I gave you the fucking world. You chose to watch it like I did Dune, where I watched a cam copy in the bathtub on my phone. Okay, that's you know what? At that point, that's on me. That's on me. I impacted my own quality of experience. That's on me. Okay, you gotta take responsibility for your actions. Gonna need you to take off your shirt. No, but the moire. So good. Careful there, Cam. You're drifting into Pokemon's territory. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Well, no, because I don't have an editor that's too busy masturbating to me that they can't finish videos. So one day, goals. I'll take it. I guess I'll settle them. Yeah, yeah. You settle for your 160p with the black bars on the side because they designed phones to not be 16:9. You take it and you like it. Plus side is you can always rewind and hear me say all of that shit again. So it really fucking sinks. Don't know why I'm being so aggressive. I was passing out I literally was passed out before the stream. And now after not drinking this creatine, which is the greatest creatine ever. It's the only drink I offer people when they come over to my place. I don't actually offer them anything. I don't offer them water. I offer them peach mango creatine. One day I will get Kat to drink it. One day she will drink it, and she will like it. Even the gritty parts. Just selling $25 cookie packages and calling your viewers broke boys. I mean, if you can't afford $25 for cookies, you might as well just fucking give up. You know? As I'm watching the VOD on Twitch out of spite. And do you know what the best part is about this, Mandy? You know what the best fucking part is about you watching on the VOD? It will also not have any fucking music. Oh, that's the funniest part. Is you watch it out of spite because you're not getting music, and there won't be music because I've specifically made it to not have music. Live or die. Live or die. That's it. That's so funny. That is so funny. Sorry about the microphone touching, everyone. For your sensitive little ears. I do apologize to everyone that is on Twitch only. Because you deserve better, because you have inferior bitrate. So there is that. Man, I still think that's so funny of like, and then when Pokemon was like, oh, it was just a joke. I'm like, yeah, it probably kind of was because she was being sassy. But at the same time, it's like, you're asking for a lot of money for cookies. And white labeling is a normalized thing. And you know what? I still haven't finished my thought about the raids or the fucking games. So now we're talking about cookies. But it's like, you can't win. You cannot win. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. I get what she was going for. I do. I kind of respect it in a way of just like, hey, it's like the same thing as, because everyone's like, oh, it's this. Yeah, it's just white labeling. But it's the same thing of like guys who get mad at women on dating apps who say that they want like a man who's like 6'3" and makes six figures, and they get mad at them, and it's like, hey, that's if you don't like that, that's not for you. If they don't like you, you're not for them. Why are you upset about it? Because they're not going to date you, and you don't want to date them because you don't like that personality trait. So shut the fuck up and move on. Who gives a shit? Same as this. It's like the whole thing she was trying to say. Apparently, they're not just white labeling. I'm white knighting now. But it's like the whole thing she's trying to say with that is essentially just like, if you can't afford to buy it, then don't buy it. That's simply it. The way she said it was not great, but it's the same with anything, right? It's like, it's the reason why I sneak snacks into the movie theater, because I don't want to pay the money for this. I don't pay, you know what? The store is just as expensive now, but I don't want to pay $9 for a bag of fucking Skittles. Price out your customers so you're pricing those who can. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? There's kind of like a pyramid with it, where it's like, not a pyramid scheme, but like there's a pyramid of like, as you increase the price, it's a thing that freelancers do. As you increase your prices, you price out a certain level of client, but it means that you will still make the same amount of money just with fewer clients. So she still probably made a decent, I don't know if she kept doing them, but she still made a decent amount of money, I bet, from selling those things, but just to less people, but those people would pay. It's just one of those things. It's white labeling with like venture capitalism is like, she didn't go out and source all these cookies and this and that, but it's the same cookies that were available at Costco. And it's like the company that makes them, if they're selling, let's say they're $10, right? Granted, they put them in smaller bags. If they just done the same size bag, I don't think anyone would have given a shit. It was the fact that it was a smaller bag, but it was a profit-driven thing. It's like, if it's $10 for a bag, it costs the company, let's say it costs $3 to make. Then it's got to be the people who are the venture capitalists who are putting the money up to pay for this. They're going to take their cut. Let's say that's $2. So already 50% of the money is gone. Then you've got marketing, shipping, everything like that. Let's just say it's all included. That's going to be another $2. So you got $7 left. So of that money, she's making like 30%, maybe 20% on that, to do nothing other than just say, hey, I have my own brand of cookies. That's kind of it. But it's like she's not making a ton of money off it, really. If anything, she's probably making less than the people who were backing it. In the same way as what the fuck was it Valkyrie doing the UV light block thing? That one objectively was terrible. You just need to release the cookies without a price. They'll sell for what the market will bet. Yeah, it's true. Don't care about that shit. Like guys, ambitions, drives, and goals. He has a good personality, good sense of humor that's attractive. Looks don't mean shit. I mean, if you find someone attractive and you date them long enough, then you stop caring about how they look. In that same way of like, you know, people talk about like ugly dudes who date supermodels and then they like cheat on them. Like, one, the dude's scummy and he's going to do that regardless. Didn't matter if they were supermodel or not. But at a certain point, you become very acclimated to that person's looks, and it's really what else is left is what you're interested in, right? So that's kind of it. It's like beyond that, who gives a fuck? But some people care about that thing, and it's like, you know what? You're never going to convince them otherwise, and you're never going to fit that mold, so why waste your time complaining about someone who doesn't want that? Because if someone has that personality trait, then and you don't like it, then they're not going to be someone that you're ever going to date and get on with, and it's never going to work out because they want things that you don't provide, and they do things that you don't like. So 100% tariff applied. That goes to the yeah. Well, now, yeah, definitely. But it's yeah. There was some kind of UV sunblock thing she was doing. Oh, it was blue light. It was the blue light from monitors. It was a blue light sunblock or something like that. It was so funny. It was so funny that there was like a blue, and it's just like, yeah, the amount of blue light that everyone came out and they're like, yeah, the amount of blue light, you would have to like stare at a screen like 24 hours a day, every single day for like 400 years for it to be the equivalent of like 1 hour in the sun. It was something ridiculous like that. That one was stupid and went away. But again, it's one of those things where it's like some company has this product. They come to a streamer, they come to a big YouTuber or whatever, and they're like, hey, we got this product. We want to slap your name on it. Do you want to do it? And then that's what they do. And then they get a cut. They get 20% or whatever it is. That's it. They're not making anything. In the same way of like Chamberlain Coffee. Apparently they've opened, it's a Emma Chamberlain, who's like a YouTuber. I'll be honest, I've never seen her content, don't know anything about her. But apparently just opened their own coffee shop, but they've had their own coffee. And it's like, yeah, it's their name, their brand, and it's their brand of coffee that's slightly different. But it's probably just white label. It's the same thing. People are going to buy it because they want to support that person. I've bought merch from streamers, and people have bought merch from me, where it's like, I've probably made $2 on it, and the thing probably cost them 25. Like the hoodies. I think I made like $3 off a hoodie. That was it. But the things cost like $20 to $45. You make nothing on it. You make almost nothing on merch because everyone in between is who's making the money. You know what's funny is how shit echoes. Blue blockers were a fad scam. Yeah. It's cyclical and it's crazy. It came back. I think the difference is we have the internet now to call that bullshit out. Back then, you had like the infomercials of people like, yeah, this is stupid. Now you're like, you don't know. You gotta head out. Good night. Say bye to Shadu. Will do. Good night, Mandy. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good rest of your night. Go tuck the kids in. Novus gave us money for JJP. There you go. Coffee is super easy to get white label. Yeah. You want to white label some maple syrup for your stream company? I would, if I could, if I ever reach that point, I would white label Mojiana coffee that's from here. Or I still want to try Prototype. Scott talks about Prototype coffee. I've still not tried it yet. But I would do that. I would go with a company. Which I think is what Chamberlain Coffee did. They went with someone who they really liked the coffee of and then added it to like did it that way. And I'm like, that's what I would do. Honestly, it's like, yeah, because that would help that company, which is a local company to BC. And then it'd be like, hey, just going to change the packaging and add $2 to the, I don't know, like add $2 to the price. You get the rest of it and I take two. Like, that's it. Because like merch and things like that really is not about making money, at least to me. I mean, so at scale, yes, it will make money. And if you do it the right way, and if you have enough scale where you can do the merch yourself and you can control the whole means of production and everything, you can make a lot of money. But like really merch is just there for like people who want to support you to do that and to buy it. No one at a certain level is really making anything off that. Just order delivery to your place. No, I'll buy it soon. I'll buy it soon. Once I have a bag of the kicking horse. Once I finish kicking horse, I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna order it. So maple syrup's a good one though. Coffee's a decent one. I don't know. I don't know what I would do. Anyway, there's nothing really else I can say about the raid thing. I know I'm circling back to something from 40 minutes ago. Nothing really else I can say. It's just like raiding doesn't help as much as people think. And, people talk about networking and going in and whatever. And I'm like, yeah, to an extent. But if you're trying to actually grow and promote your stream, you need to do it off the platform. Twitch is the worst place to grow your Twitch channel. You need to grow your Twitch channel on TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram. That's what you need to do. That's the TLDR of that. To get back to the gaming thing, just because I want to finish that thought so they can kind of close all these loops. When I was ordering merch, it was more how good quality can I get and not charge too much. I found really good suppliers, but yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it's the good, fast, cheap, right? You're always going to end up in a weird scenario where you can pick two, right? It's going to be like, I don't know. No, leave the stream the most afraid. Just like, you know what? I'll be like Severance. I'll just start a bunch of threads of topics and then never answer them. Like Lost and like Severance. I don't want to spoil the new season for anyone. But I'm getting a little frustrated with it. And not in the way it wants me to. No, I was getting it. Also, did anyone see the new episode of Christ, I still haven't finished the gaming idea. But has anyone seen the new episode of Invincible? Mystery box, yeah. I like what Hank Green does with the science box. Or is mystery box the one by Vsauce? What was the Loot Crate? There was also Loot Crate. That was a thing for a while. Again, those were those things where it's like a lot of J.J. Abrams. Right? Oh, yeah, the mystery box thing. All right, fucking Rise of Skywalker. Good luck with that. Remember Loot Crate though? That made me think of Loot Crate, where it's like, again, that was another thing that was ruined by venture capitalism. I think that there is a way where a creator can make money from merch. It just has to like scale. That's it. Gives the Kibiko for your nephew. That's really nice. I like that. Those are like the little science toy ones, right? Every thread leads to another set of mysteries. Yeah, and that's why I started rewatching Lost not long ago, and then I had to turn it off because I was just getting so annoyed. And I know how it ends, and it really pissed me off because they promised the whole time when that was coming out. Steambox says, yeah. No, I remember you mentioning those Kibiko. They look really cool. That they promised that they weren't all dead, and it wasn't this, and it wasn't that. And then they were just like, we don't actually know how to end this, so it's just going to be, we're just going to end it. Oh, also, his dad's name is Christian Shepherd, and he's going to help them cross over to the other side. Okay. Cool. Ugh, terrible. And now one of those guys is in charge of all of the Star Trek TV shows. And I didn't watch the movie, the one with Michelle Yeoh. I watched the Red Letter Media video about the movie, and I learned everything that I need to from that because it looked fucking terrible. And is it Kurtzman? He needs to stop. Someone needs to stop him. I don't know how they keep hiring him. You watched that Star Trek movie? It was bad. Yeah, it looked bad. Everyone, like, they were just saying, like, yeah, it was like the ultimate Marvelification of a property that just shouldn't be that way. They spend a lot of options here as well. I need to review it. Yeah, funny if I was talking about that today, because I was talking to that girl today about criticism. We were talking about criticism, and I was telling her about how the YouTube video that I made was seen by, like, the client of the studio that did the VFX for the Cleo show. And I was saying, we were talking about like giving criticism, and I was saying about how I'm often critical of things that I really enjoy because I want to understand them better, and often I want to give criticism to better understand the things that I like. But also, I think criticism has to be rooted in some kind of analysis. It can't just be, this is bad because it's like, this is shit. So, well, no, why? Like, what did you like? What didn't you like? And all that. And we were talking about how no one ever leaves good reviews anymore. because they only leave a review when something goes wrong or is bad. No one actually goes out of the way and leaves a good review. So like going out and doing that and leaving a review when it's a product that you really like, I think is so useful than just like a star, right? Because you can still have criticisms but think something is great. Kurtzman is done. Paramount got bored and they're killing off all the Star Trek shows and possibly going on a 5-year, 10-year. They need to. They really need to. Like, I think Star Trek is so. Like, Star Wars has been pretty bad. Star Trek has been flying under the radar on that front and getting away with it because of the notoriety of the Star Wars stuff. But Star Trek TV shows have been awful. Awful. And I can't watch them because of it. It's just like the type of writing is just horrific. He's been done for years, but they kept hiring him and kept having him do it, and I'm just like, I don't get how. Writing was abysmal with one exception. Yeah. Star Trek Lower Decks has been pretty damn good. Is that the animated one? Is that the animated one with Jack Quaid? Yeah, it's the animated one. I mean, that's fine. It's like, I think sometimes the type of writing has to fit the medium, right? And so that's the whole thing too of just like trying, like, Star Trek is not supposed to be quippy. I get that it's not as like interesting and action packed as like other things, but that was never the point of it, right? It was supposed to be about the moral dilemmas. And I think people would have really enjoyed that. Nowadays, as we have more prestige TV, people would have really enjoyed a more serious tone show like that about the moral quandaries. Like the fact that oh god, what is it called? The Seth MacFarlane one that's basically Star Trek. I can't remember what it was called. I was going to say Galaxy Quest, not Galaxy Quest. It's Orville. That one, everyone was like, "Yeah, this is the Star Trek show that I actually want." Everyone like was like, "This is actually great." Like the first few episodes were like comedy, and then it immediately became a Star Trek show and started dealing with the moral quandary. And I was like, "Yeah, this. I want this," because that's exactly why he did it, and people moved over to that. So it's been complication. I think it was that Fox was. It was like the whole thing with Fox being bought out, and then they were trying to pressure him to make a show, and he was like, "Yeah, I don't have any ideas for it. It's not ready. I'll do it when I'm ready to do it." And they keep trying to pressure him, and he's like, "No, I'm not doing it." He's like, "No." The final episode of the recent season retcon the shitty shows as an alternate universe. Christ. We need to start with multiverses. Like, multiverses has been done for a long time, but like I would take Blue Laser into the Sky again over a multiverse story because there's no consequence anymore. There's just no consequences. Like, it's like, oh, we're bringing back Robert Downey Jr. Oh, we're bringing back Chris Evans. Oh, this. Oh, that. It's like, then there's no consequences to anything. So why should I care about things? Too much of a break between seasons made a lot of the actors need to. Yeah, that too. That too, right? So now it's all scheduling problems. One big. It was all just a. Yeah, it really is. It really starts to feel like that because there's no. You know what? You know what? An underrated multiverse movie is, which is still kind of not great. Jet Li's The One. I actually think that one is kind of fucking sick, where it's this guy going through different universes and kind of in a very Highlander-esque way, killing versions of himself so that he becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. I actually think, and it's just incredibly short film. It's like 70 minutes long. The One had consequences for the multi. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. It's like, he was literally going through and erasing versions of himself. But it's like, it's a 70-minute movie. It's just, I mean, it's just an action movie, but like high concept, simple idea. And it's like, man, that kind of hits. Sometimes I think about that movie, like not often, but I'm like, man, it's like, I know it's not a great movie, but like it's got a good idea in there that just needs a better execution. Where he's punching where he's punching the tennis balls. It's really good. But it was like it was like when motion control really it's like that Aeon Flux kind of era when motion control and slow-mo started really getting like, yeah, it's really fun because it's like, yeah, he's just like moving super fast. It's so good. I like a movie like Equilibrium. I know I'm like all over. I'm still haven't gone back to the gaming thing, but like Equilibrium too. One of those movies where it's like, I don't think it's as good as I remember it, but it was like an interesting idea. I need to revisit these movies. I really do, because like I just have the memory of them from like 10 years ago. But like there was some really good movies where it's like they don't need to be touched, they don't need to be remade, but I think you could take ideas of these kind of shows and movies and build on them and create something new. Gotta rewatch. Yeah, I have that one on my list. I think I want to rewatch Hero as well, another Jet Li movie. Because I watched The Last Duel, and it's a similar concept. It's about like the same story told from three perspectives. Uh, Incidentally, don't watch The Last Duel on a date because the movie is about rape. Don't do it. Just don't do it. Was not expecting it at all, and I was like, oh, and now we gotta watch it again. Oh, now we gotta watch it again. Christ, Adam Driver, stop. Anyway, Hero though, I would rewatch that. Yeah, that girl was like, what did this guy invite me over to watch? What the fuck is this? That's where I'm at with movie remakes. Why not remake movies with cool ideas that didn't work? Exactly. Like the ones that worked, I get they have IP built into them, but it's not just that they remake them, it's that they drive them into the fucking ground, Havoc. That's the problem, is the IP can't just be a one-off. It has to be like even, 28 years later, they're making another one in that series. Oh, cool. Oh, they're doing something kind of interesting. Oh, it's going to be a trilogy. Just make fucking one. Just make one. Just make one really good one that stands the test of time. And it's like, why? I understand the whole thing of like, oh, it's like commit to a trilogy because I think they only spent like $80 million to make 3 films. You know what? That's the price of one film. Not that big of a deal. When it's Lord of the Rings, I get why they were like, because each one costs $100 million. 3 movies costing $80 million. That's the cost of a blockbuster. So even if the first one does okay, the second does and the third one goes, they're probably in a very Shyamalan way gonna make the money back, right? That's all they care about. But it's like we're mining the catacombs of these old IPs, and we're still mining just the stuff that has IP, but we're like, just move on. We're done. Like we had 400 years of The Walking Dead. We had all of these things where it's like, yeah, it's kind of like zombies aren't as popular right now. Yeah, totally. But people are also kind of sick of it. We don't need it back yet because we had the Rick Returns, Daryl show, all of that. Again, Walking Dead just had to spin off into 14 different shows. And you're just like, oh my god, like you got to go back and like find the ones with good ideas. Get all like how you get a director who does like an indie film that blows up at a festival, like Chloe Zhao, right? Blows up at a festival, just Nomadland, whatever. I know she was already scheduled to do a Marvel movie because Nomadland is a Disney movie, so it was kind of like one for me, one for you kind of thing. But it's like then she went on and did the Eternals. Josh Trank did Chronicle, and then he did Fan Four Stick, and all of these things. It's like, man, get them people with vision, people with ideas. Go find like old properties from like 20, 30 years ago, like even not that long ago, that had really good ideas and like bring it forward into like the modern era and put a new spin on it. Because there's so many like films and shows with good concepts and just bad execution because of the technology of the time or whatever it might be. Bring back the 30 to 50 million dollar movies, because that's been a killer too. Is either you have to make something for under 10 or over 60 or 70 or whatever, right? Like there's no mid-budget movies anymore. Very, very rarely, without, favors being traded and whatnot of like tech with the tax breaks. Like technically it cost 100 million, but with the tax breaks it cost 4, like that. It's not a $30 million movie. Johnny and Mnemonic, that could be, yeah, Johnny and Mnemonic definitely could be something. I think it might struggle in a little bit of a way because it's like, I mean, yeah, you got things like Neuralink. You know what? To be honest, yeah, that's probably a good one. That's not a inconceivable one. Good concepts that also lost the way in a second season. Yeah, or like a sequel that just fucking died and killed it off. Looking at you. Yeah, we talked about that, I think on Wednesday, Stargate Universe, or we talked about it recently. great idea. And then they're just like, yeah, we don't know. It's that they don't know what to take it, right? Because there's two problems with it. Is one, they don't know where to take it to really expand upon it, or they don't know if they're going to get a second season, so they write a very closed-ended story. And then once that story's been told, they're like, oh, we now have to like dig ourselves out of a hole and keep going. And it's like, it feels weird, right? It's like watching Zack Snyder's Justice League, and you're 3.5 hours in, you go, you know what? That wasn't so bad. He actually, you know what? He was actually right. This is a better version of this movie. Is it great? No. Is it a better version of this movie? Yes. And then the 30-minute prologue starts, and it just erodes and undoes everything you just sat through, and you're like, I fucking hate this. This was a terrible idea. Why did you tack this on? Johnny Moronic could be good. Heather, interesting. Neuromancer. You know what they need to do? Lawnmower Man. Bring back Lawnmower Man. Do it. Bring back Pierce Brosnan and whoever the guy was. Lawnmower Man sequel. That's what we need. Bring it back. That's what I want. That's what I want. No more Coming to America sequels. Like, I think Lawnmower Man could be an interesting one. I think there's stuff to do that. In the same way, Lawnmower Man, you literally follow the storyline of Rise of the Planet of the Apes. You literally follow that. It's just like same idea. You build up to it. I don't want them to remake The Fly, but something in that realm. There's probably something there that could be done with that. They're producing a Neuromancer. Don't think I've seen that one. What a Cool Runnings remake. Ooh, problematic. I don't think John Candy would be up for that. Because he's dead. Fly had enough. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. True. Yeah, it kind of killed itself. It showed the limitations of that plot line. I was gonna say Hollow Man, but we kind of just had Invisible Man. I think they did a good idea with that. I actually really liked it. Some people said that it wasn't great because it was like, it's not even scary. It's like, no, it's a psychological thriller. It's not a horror film. It's like, what if someone you think is dead is actually stalking? Like, I actually really liked Invisible Man. I think they did a good job. I've heard bad things about Wolfman. I don't think we need another Mummy movie. But like stuff like that, I think there's things to mine. We don't really have an overweight community. Yeah, we got fucking Kevin James. Brilliant. What yeah, this is why America is falling apart. Like I said, let's not remake good films. Do something that was almost good. Yeah, I think like a cult classic where it's like people like it for the story that's kind of maybe it's got a little bit of a following, but it's not necessarily a good movie. Which there's so many of those, right? There's so many from like the 70s and 80s and that you could definitely do. It's just like there's such a weird gap in the market, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, where you have the tentpole films that are all the blockbusters and the Marvels and the DC, and then you have these like really small films that just don't get to see the light of day unless you really go seeking for that. And one of the problems I think is kind of alluding to what you're saying, like we don't really have any of the comedians anymore. The death of comedy films, like comedy films that come out in theaters, that has kind of eroded those stars. Like we're not going to get a Jim Carrey anymore. We're not going to get the next Adam Sandler from this or whatever it might be. It's just like we've kind of lost that whole genre of movie almost, right? Vampire reboots, zombie reboots, I think pirate movies could come back. We definitely need more fantasy movies. Pirate movies could come back, but I think they're too expensive. I think that's the problem. It's too expensive. You know what we need? A remake of My Cousin Vinny. No, we don't. No, I take it back. It's still a fucking great film. Take it back. That was a joke. No one used that. No one in Hollywood, if you're watching, do not remake My Cousin Vinny. It is perfect as it is. But like, I want stuff like that. I don't know. Remake Devil's Advocate. I think remake End of Days. Bring Ani back. I don't know. End of Days is kind of a fucking sick movie. I know it's got so much religious ties to it, but like End of Days is kind of fucking dope. And like Devil's Advocate, kind of an interesting story. I want that. I want to bring back that stuff. Vampires, zombies, werewolves, anything European fantasy. Yeah. Yeah, we gotta get away from that stuff. I think we're done with that. I think we were done with werewolves and American Werewolf in London. I do. I think that movie peaked and we should have stopped. And that's it. Never gone back. That's it. Horror close to the current reality, not gothic. Yeah, I mean, I do like a psychological thriller. Like I think Get Out, Invisible Man, films like that. I think considering Invisible Man was like a $9 million movie, kind of great. Another movie, Upgrade. I think that's Blumhouse too. That movie's kind of for a $5 million movie. That's such an interesting, well-made film. Upgrade for the I would even like caveat it with the budget. I think that Upgrade was just a really good film that just happened to cost $5 million. Good thrillers. Shutter Island, Insomnia. Yeah, I actually watched Insomnia for the first time not that long ago. Fucking incredible. Such a good movie. Shutter Island. I remember watching going, "Oh, that was good. That was good." And then I watched it again like not I don't want to say like immediately after, but maybe like the next day because I was like, "Oh, I wonder if." And I rewatched it and you see like everything how it all fits together. How I was like, "Oh my God, like this is so good." Like the way it's like, is it a perfect movie? No, it's not the greatest movie out there. But on a second viewing, where you suddenly see how it all comes together, I'm like, yeah, 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 yeah. Rewatchable movies that completely change the meaning of what you saw on the first one. I still don't get. I need to watch Primer again. I still don't get it. I gotta prime myself for that one. But sorry, another ad's about to pop. So I'm actually gonna preemptively run it and go to the toilet. So sorry if anyone gets any ads, but you're not gonna miss anything. I'll be right back. Keep an eye on Sarah for me. I was considering eating the other donut that I got. I got two donuts today, and I didn't eat the second one. I'm proud of myself. I don't know. I had A&W for dinner, and it was fine. I just haven't had A&W for a while, and it's not actually sitting super heavy. It kind of hit the spot, but yeah, it's the reason I don't eat A&W that much anymore. So not great. Not great. I need to actually make a stew or something so I can get a bunch of veg, put it all together. Sorry, I'm staying on this screen. Just there's no real reason, but I think it's just an indication for the ad to finish. So sorry, I know I like ran a little bit of a longer one. It's like that weird thing of 90 seconds is too short, 3 is too many, but it gives us another hour of ad free. I don't know how late I'm gonna go. I do apologize that this week has been a little all over the place. just yeah, a lot of stuff happening. I start back at my job on Tuesday as well, which is gonna be interesting. I got to figure out that split. I'll talk about that in a minute when the ad's done, though. Just in case. Go to your fridge and get some veggies. I have celery. I have celery and chocolate chips. Those are the only veggies I have. Is welcome back, everyone. I didn't talk about much. I just talked about eating A&W and making me feel gross. How did the view go today? It went really well. It went really, really well. I really like the place. There's just certain limitations with it. Did I show you this one, Pyro? I don't remember if I did. Maybe I did. What is this video that you sent me? More important, how did the date go? It was good. It was good. We went to Granville Island. Oh, no, this is a different one. This is a different one. They did not accept my offer on that one. And I was like, okay. And I went and viewed a new one today. Sorry, you also said Primer so many timelines that interweave. It's more tapestry of threads. Yeah, I think I need to like give it another chance. I don't think I gave it a proper shake. There's a lot going on with it. He also made another film called, is it like In Color or something? I don't think it did as well, but I'm interested in that filmmaker's filmography. So this is a second date. This was a second date with the one from Tuesday today. Which is, that's who I went to the thing with today, who I was saying about I went and was at Granville Island. That's what that was. So yeah. The outdoor one? There was one that spilled cider on me. Then there's one where I went and got the hike one. Yes, the hiker. Yeah. Yeah. Who likes to hike? Yeah, that one. So, who likes to hike, and we got hot chocolate, and then yeah, we went to Granville Island. I bought donuts. We had a coffee. Took the Aquabus, and then I went and viewed a new apartment. So yeah, they didn't accept my offer on the one with the building that's gonna go up beside it. They just were greedy. They were, I don't want to say they were greedy, but they could have sold their place for the price they were asking for, and they still wanted more. And like, even though it was only like 1 or 2K more, I was like, nah, because like, no, I gave you what you asked for, and you still wanted more. I was like, no, like, and then they were like, oh, it's just so that we don't go to the open house, and I was like, go to the open house, like enjoy the open house. His fault wasn't as strong as Primer. Yeah, I need to see that one. I haven't really got back to the one who spilled cider on me. I think she was nice, and like I'm not as petty as, again, this could be an opportunity of me speaking of the boundaries and the learning thing. I should maybe message and be like, hey, this, rather than just not reply. I sent her a message. I had a great time, but maybe I should follow up on that and be like, hey, just so you know, it's like, I think we just live different lives. Because she's the one that wakes up at like 5:30 in the morning and goes to bed at like 7 or 8. And I'm like, I know. She's like, yeah, if I'm up after like 8 p.m., I feel like 8 a.m., I feel like half the day is gone and it's a waste. And I'm like, I don't even, my alarm clock doesn't even go that early. She with us now. I don't want to talk about it, but I'll blink for yes. That wasn't a blink. What was that? It was a fucking stroke. Damn, that's a, yeah. And she was telling me that she ate when we went and met for the date. We met at like 5. Oh, just to be clear, we met at 5:30 p.m. And I was like, oh, cool. We're going this place. I can't wait to get some food. She's like, oh, I already ate dinner. I was like, what? She was like, yeah, I ate dinner at like 3:30. And I was like, what? I was like, me eating at 5:36 is fucking early. You ate dinner at 3:30 p.m. I was like, we're never gonna eat a meal together properly. There's gonna be so much, like, I've dated people who are morning people before, Like my ex was not that extreme, but they were certainly like up early and like go to bed earlier. But we're talking like bed at 11, up at 6:37, and I'm like, that's fine. That even had points of contention where it's like I was like, with 8 o'clock, I was like, most days I'm not gonna finish work until 7, which means I'm not gonna eat till then. I'm never gonna see you. I'm never gonna see you. This isn't gonna work. Haven't I? He's gone. He's dead, sir. Yeah, you can't see it off camera, but there's a gun being pointed at me right now. They don't understand that the bidding wars don't happen in my. So that was the problem. Upstream Color, thank you. Yeah, I couldn't remember them. Upstream Color. That was the Primer director's second movie, or follow-up movie, I should say. Yeah, so what happened is last year, all of the apartments got appraised. Like a lot of the prices are based on like 2022, 2023. That one was appraised for like $690,000, but the market's dropped. Like it is absolutely a buyer's market right now. It's dropped because the hype is done and people are just like, if I'm gonna buy, I'm gonna move further out. So all the prices outside of Vancouver are going up. Vancouver itself is going down. And so they get it stuck. Hi, Bill. It's good to see you, sir. It's called a show. No, the title doesn't make sense anymore. The title doesn't make sense anymore because I was wearing a turtleneck earlier. Okay, I'm not putting it back on. It's too warm. But I was wearing a micro turtleneck. Okay, I just too lazy to change my title. I'm sorry, Bill. Bill, I love you. How are you doing? L clickbait. Fine, I'll put it back on. You little dingus. Fine. God damn it. Now no one's happy. Now no one's, except for Sarah. Okay, fine. Putting my goddamn micro turtleneck back on. Yeah, we're living in a post turtleneck world. Get with the times. There we go. Yeah, micro turtleneck. Happy? No? Good. Hi, Bill. It's good to see you, dude. Okay. Yeah, that's not even ships in the night. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like if I was dating that person, we're living in fucking different time zones. Nothing micro. What do you mean? Look at this. There's no fold. It doesn't fold over. That's a micro turtleneck. Okay. What do you mean? It would be up here. It could look like a 90s mum. If I had high-waisted jeans, Shake Shack. If I had like the high-waisted jeans that go up to like here, I'm too short, so you can't see. Like up to here, and I had that. You know what I could look like? What's her face from the drug thing? They did a show about it with Amanda Seyfried. I don't remember the names of shows. The Elizabeth someone where she like deepened her voice. I could like do that. Oh, trust me, this is giving me a little. I'm sporting a partial right now. It's a little tight. You know what I'm saying? He had a jumper on. Yeah, this is my jumper. This is my micro turtleneck jumper. Let me catch up. There's too many things going on. So yeah, the place that I was looking at, they put an offer on. It was assessed for like $690K, and it was asking for like way less, like a lot less. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. And then I put an offer in. They went, no, I want more. And I was like, what the fuck? Because they get it stuck in their head that real estate can never go down. And it's at that point, they're just hoping. When you're hoping, you're gambling, right? You're gambling. Because even though something might be valued at that, it's the same as art, right? Art is only worth as much as what someone is willing to pay. So I like that person just came in, insulted my turtleneck, and then dipped. Typical YouTube viewer. Unbelievable. So I get to see everything. So hot, 10 out of 10 wood. Oh boy. British, innit? Fucking hell, mate. Sorry, there's a lot happening. What's that, 3 inches? So yeah, you know what? 3 inches. This is a huge. In fact, you could take a little bit off the end. This is a massive turtleneck. My goodness. Okay. Oh baby, stop getting channel hot and bothered. Oh boy. Turtleneck needs to be halfway. Yeah, Cam is British. He doesn't know. It's true. Landlord forced to raise rent by simply thinking of it's true. That's like my landlord right now. Actually, that's what it is. He's just coming up with numbers out of his anus. And it's just like in the same thing. We were talking about, I tried to put an offer on buying a place, Bill, and I offered them exactly what they asked for, and they still said no. It's like, and we were like, they're like, oh, it's, we want to go through the open house, see if we get any other offers. So I'm curious if they get any other offers over this weekend. If they don't, like, they rejected my offer fully. So it's like, okay, if they don't and they come back, my offer goes, if even if I don't know if I want to bid on it again, but if it does, I'd be like, yeah, my number's gone down now. It's like, because you could have sold at exactly what you wanted and you got no offers. Now I'm going to pay you my original offer, which was less. 50. I mean, not even that, but like, I mean, the ones I was looking at today, sorry, I already talked about this at the beginning of the stream. I apologize. I know I always repeat myself anyway, but I'm repeating myself in the same stream, so that's not good. But I went and saw one today, one on a lower floor, and in the same building, one on a higher floor. The one on the lower floor was fully renovated, like ready to move in. Maybe needs a little bit of a change in terms of the layout, but ready to fucking go. You could move in tomorrow and be good. The one on the higher floor, the floor was like scuffed up, lifting up. It'd been like worn down, like hardwood floor, worn down, splintering up. The kitchen had less space than my desk for like countertops, and looked like it was from the 70s, even though they only converted it into like livable spaces in like the 90s. And it was just like they wanted $40,000 more than the one that's fully renovated, and it would need a full renovation. And even like the realtor of the low one, they're like, yeah, I don't know what they're doing. Like, that's insane. Because like the view of both of them was basically an alleyway. It was just whether it was thought you were further up or further down. And so it's like, eh. And it's just, yeah, just insane. Insane what they're asking for. Like, none of it makes sense. And then you look at like the actual value, and it's like, if a place is $600,000, it's like land value $549,000, building value $12 and a candy bar, and you're like, what the fuck is this? It's so stupid. It's like I don't even technically own the land at all because I'm in a fucking apartment building. It doesn't make sense. It's just like you're selling the same piece of land like 50 times. Like, I get it, the land is expensive and it would be like millions, but like you're selling technically the same piece of land like 50 times. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. So I don't know if it's gonna happen. I'm thinking on one of them, Aqua and Pyro. I'll send you the link. I know you're in the same fucking apartment, but I'll send you the link separately anyway because I respect you as individuals. Side note, Dolphin Chemist, who we found, apparently just has like an average 2,000 viewers a stream. That's fucking crazy. I thought it was just like an obscure channel. Turns out they're like a massive streamer. Yeah. I found Dolphin Chemist, and they're like a massive partnered streamer. Porpoise, yes. Papaya Chemist, that's a good one. I actually really like that one. I first purchase, I defo want to get a house for the land and then maybe rent it later and get an apartment. That's what I thought, but I don't think at this point could even get something with land, like actually land. Like, I remember maybe 2 years ago or a year ago, there was a plot of land in Coquitlam that was selling for like $200,000. And I was like, I should have just fucking gone for it. Even if I like didn't do anything with it, I think the mortgage on it was like, if you borrowed nothing, if you put 20% down, if that, the mortgage on it at 7% was like $900 a month. I'm like, that's more than doable. 2K viewer, last few streams, roof. Yeah, I have no idea. It's such a weird one. Confused. Yeah, go in there and confuse them. You're doing something wrong. Yeah. Wrong type of chemistry. But man, it's so insane. But anyway, yeah, I went on a date today. It was good. I don't know. I think this person and I get on really well, and I would like to keep seeing them. I don't know if I'm the right person for them though. The only reason I say that is we kind of talked about how they're a bit more of a serious person, And so I was like, yeah, I'm kind of goofy. I'm kind of silly. Like, I want to try and make people laugh and everything. I was like, I can be serious, but that's really what it is. And it's like some people, they would rather have someone who's a lot more serious, like 90% serious and a little bit fun. And I'm definitely not that balance. So I don't know. Maybe I'll see them like one more time or something. I hope it's more than that. But if they're just like, hey, I'm actually looking for this or that, and I'm like, you know what, that's fair enough. But yeah, been fun spending time with them a little bit today and seeing them, and yeah, it's just cool to like do something kind of normal of like go go to like Granville Island, walk around for a bit, buy some bread, buy some donuts, and have a coffee. Can be serious, but why not be silly and have fun with life most of the time? I think what it is it can get tiring for people if it's like someone like I'm not stupid, whereas like I can't be serious when at the right time in the right place and things like that. That's not what I'm getting at. But it's like sometimes it's like if someone's trying to be funny, it can be like I'm not in the mood, right? It can be that where it's like if I'm in a silly mood and they're not, that it doesn't work on that, right? So yeah, it also just depends what they want, right? It depends because like they have things that they like doing that I might not, and so a lot of people want alignment on those things. Like opposites can attract, but usually they don't, right? I think opposites, when it's the whole opposites attract thing, it's more about I think it's good to have different things that you enjoy individually and separately, but I think there's core things that you want as individuals that you need to kind of be aligned on. And so I don't 100% know if we truly align on everything. I think there's a lot of stuff there that we do and we could, but yeah. Same way, kind of goofy, but seriously. Yeah, and that's the thing is a lot of people want it the other way around. A lot of people opposite skill set. Yeah, exactly, because you're kind of like filling in the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, right? It's not opposites attract in that, again, why I can't date someone who has dinner at 3:30 p.m. and they go to bed at 7. That's not going to work because I don't even my day really doesn't even start till 7 p.m. It's like that's just like never going to. It doesn't matter how well we got on, doesn't matter like if we had a good time or fun or we like the same things. We're never going to spend proper time together because one of us is going to be having to make too much of a sacrifice of ourselves to make it work. And that's either going to be me getting up at 5 a.m. and living on someone else's schedule, which I already did for a job. And like that was hard. And that was a schedule that fit my needs even better when I started at 1 p.m. But it's like I didn't finish till 4. And I was like, yeah, I don't see my friends. And I don't see like even a schedule that worked for me as an individual didn't work for me as an individual. So that doesn't make sense. And then them staying up late is not going to work either. So you can date someone who wants to do the grouse grind multiple times a month. Yes, because I don't have to go with them every time. I can always say no with that. I think that it's like spending time to I think that's where it comes down to, right? It's like spending time together, doing activities one or the other enjoys is important, but you don't have to be there for everything. Like she has her own friends that she met through like clubs who do that stuff and they go do that grind. I wouldn't have to be there every single time, but I'm sure that there are times when they would want me to go with them, right? Like I think if I never went, that would be a problem. But if I went with them once a month or once every other month, like in the summer or whatever, then I think that's reasonable, right? Because there's going to be things that I like doing that they don't want to do. Like, for example, again, this is where an opposite things comes in. Um, they don't really watch a lot of movies or TV shows, and that's totally fine. But like, I'd be like, hey, let's have a quiet night in and let's watch a movie. That's not really what they would want to do because they would rather be out doing stuff. But like, we could sit down and do those kind of things. It's not obviously the same level of like scaling a fucking mountain, but it's the same kind of thing of each of you need your own. Exactly. And that's the thing is like with this person, I think that that is doable because they do have their own independence and have their own interests of what they want to do. But there is overlap where our lives would intertwine and make sense, where it's like we kind of live in the same hours. Like, mine are definitely more extreme because I stay up later. But like, we would have crossover of hours where they're like, yeah, as soon as I'm done with work, I go out, I walk around, and I come back and I make dinner. And I'm like, cool, I can totally do that because my hours would be later, but I can help make dinner. I could do this, I could do that. And so there would be time in that evening and time on weekends where we could do things together, but we don't have to do everything together, right? Because it's like codependent, like there's certain levels of codependence where it's like I've been in a very codependent, well, one-sided codependent relationship, let's put it that way. And not my last ex, but like another. And I was like, this sucks because I felt like I just had to slot into someone else's life and I didn't really get a say on anything. Where it's like I either needed to just accommodate everything they wanted from the relationship, and that was it. It was basically they had a gap in their life and they wanted to fill it and close the loop. It wasn't we're creating a life together and that. What kind of things could be the opposite and what kind of things can need to be the same? I think that you can definitely have opposite interests when it comes to hobbies. Like if for example, and there also has to be like acceptance of that. It's like if you're really into fitness in the gym and they don't give a shit about that, that can be totally fine, right? But if you as the person into fitness start berating that person for their choices or vice versa, that's not really going to work, right? It's like you can have opposite interests as long as you respect the boundaries and that person's interest in that, as long as you're not kind of forcing your opinion onto them, right? You could like going climbing and bouldering and things like that, and they might like hiking. You might not be into hiking, but you might like doing indoor bouldering. Um, you know, little things like that. Uh, Golf. You could like go and golf, pitch and put anything, and they might not be super into it. Even simple things of like drinking. You know, if you drink and they don't, that's okay. But as long as you're not pushing drinks on them, and as long as they're not making you feel bad, I mean, within reason. If you're getting blackout all the time, then maybe that's not a good situation. But you could drink and they could not, and that's totally reasonable, and that's a totally fine thing to have as opposites. As long as there's a balance and as long as there's mutual respect in those things, and you respect the other's opinion on that, I think that's where that kind of stuff can shine. But things that need to be the same is like you need to live on a similar schedule, or again, you need to be respectful of that thing. But like if I'm dating someone who's up at 5 and goes to bed at 7, but I don't get up till 8:50 to go to do my remote job and then finish at 7, 8 o'clock, then that's not gonna work, right? Or if I like spending my time like streaming or playing video games or anything, that's totally fine because that might not be something that they want to do. But as long as I'm doing it in a healthy way where it's not like it overrules my entire life, I think that's fine. Something that me and my ex kind of said was like if I was ever playing a video game, if they came home, they would like it where it's like I would at least acknowledge them being home and being present. And that just means pausing the game and looking at them and saying hi. That's it. Like it wasn't the bar wasn't that high. And so, because they didn't really like video games, but they were like, no, I understand that you have that hobby. And it's like they had hangups with an ex that they did where it's like they didn't like that they'd come home and just be ignored for 7 hours. That's not good. But just little things like that where it's like just being thoughtful of the other person, you can make it work. I think you need to have similar things, interests in like food. That bar is pretty high. True. If I don't have my headset on and I'm drooling, you better back off, lady. But yeah, I think like maybe it's hard because it's like as much as I don't want to be like vegans and carnivore, like people who eat meat and this, but like that is if something is going to be a point of contention the whole time, I think you do have to be on a similar wavelength on that stuff. Things that need to kind of align, I think in some level, some kind of political alignment. I think that there is definitely a spectrum of that. But I think if you're on opposite ends, that can't work. That will never work. Because like no woman who is a leftist or a left-leaning liberal is going to be like, he's a conservative who wants to take away all my rights, but boy, do I love him. That ain't really going to work. Yes, political alignment didn't used to mean that. Saying you were a conservative or Republican, for example, in the 80s and 90s did not mean what it means today. It really didn't. Um, it was basically more like, are you a capitalist or a socialist? I'm absolutely broad stroking the shit out of it. And most of that I get from American movies. Now it is a very, very different story. So I think like a political alignment needs to be there. Religious, I think to an extent you have to be similar, but I also don't. I think again that falls into the category of personal belief and respect of boundaries. And again, as long as you're not pushing your beliefs on someone and they're not pushing on you, I think that you can respect those boundaries of like, if you dated someone of a different religion, were part of that religion, they have to pray 5 times a day, but that's it. Then I don't understand what the big deal is. That's not a thing that should really impact or affect it. I think that's something that can be accommodated and that works fine. But like, if someone, if they're extreme Christian that's constantly pushing thoughts and ideologies onto people and whatnot. Like, remember, we've talked about him before, but remember that like preacher streamer who was playing Fortnite and going into lobbies and telling like children that they were going to go to hell because they didn't believe in. Yeah, like maybe avoid people like that. Maybe I don't think that's going to work. So the last year it is make or break, but it could also be in type. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like when I see on dating apps and it's just like sometimes like the first prompt you're like, oh, I already know, and then you scroll down and it's like Christian conservative and you're like, yep, because the first, there's a I someone said that the prompt probably comes from like a Married at First Sight episode about the masculine and soft feminine stuff. Like apparently it was something that came up recently on a like a TV, like a reality TV show. But like the amount of times now that I see women on dating apps who are just like, I need a masculine man who can lead so I can be in my soft feminine energy. And I was like, it falls into that category of like clearly, it's the whole getting angry at something that's not for you, like move on. But I'm very tired of seeing it. Like the dating apps have really given up on me. Like today, because like again, I've only been on 2 dates with this person, so I was like, I still like have a look at that. Today, Hinge showed me a 25-year-old lesbian, and I was like, I know I'm wearing a Maiko turtleneck, but I'm not a lesbian. It's like, why are you showing me a gay person of the opposite sex that is not going to be into, like, what am I supposed to do with that? Message him like LOL. Like, it's yeah. Oh, it's like 5 types of profile. Now, not only that, but if I close the app and open again, it shows me the same people again that I either sent a like to or I clicked no on. So I'm like, I don't know if this went through, and I'm not gonna send another one because it's fucking atrocious to send another one. But yeah, it's just like as I kind of went on about the other day, it was like when the favorite show is Friends in a world where like any other show exists, I'm like, come on. Like one of them was like, "Oh, I watch Friends every single night." And I'm like, "That's been off the earth for like 20 years. There's nothing else that you can watch." I'm like, "Come on." Only think religion has to be the same. Most religion want you to marry who is the same as them anyways. Yeah, that could be a very difficult one, right? That can be a really difficult one. Um religion has to be, again, it depends on the person because someone can have religious beliefs without being religious, right? Like it's kind of like in living like a karma kind of way. So like I think that you have to be very very similar, right? And I think a lot of people, because like I was raised Roman Catholic, Irish Catholic, I was made to go to a school. I had to do the communion. I didn't really have a choice as a kid. So it's like I don't align with any of that stuff, and I'm like, atheist, but it's not. But I think there are good elements of those things that I can take and kind of raise heathen that I can take and apply to my life in terms of like morality. And I think as long as you're very, apply critical thinking to something and are analytical, I think that and you're always willing to learn and grow and not be closed-minded on things. But yeah, there's a lot of like, there can be really weird stuff with religion. I think there's just a lack of understanding of other religions too that cause that. But I don't know. You watch your sister get 1,000 likes in one weekend on Tinder and lost hope of using it. That's the thing, is like, a woman's experience on those apps is so much different. Like even like Mop, when Mop was dating, we occasionally have talked about that on her stream, and she's like, yeah, the dating apps, I can't use them because I just have so many, and it's like, yeah, that must be nice. Even my friend Mac, who's like tall and did firefighting stuff and bruised beer and everything. I'm sure he has a good profile too. But he's like, yeah, I just getting so many likes, and I'm like, yeah, dude, that must be really hard. It's like, can't relate, cannot relate at all. Like I've said this before, he has women literally going to his Instagram and DMing him on Instagram, being like, hey, I've been stalking your profile for like 3 days, and like, as like we didn't match on the apps, but I still wanted to like shoot my shot, and I'm like, yeah, that happens to me too. Yeah. All I get is people whispering me to fucking stop calling it a micro turtleneck. That's what I get. Uh, Tall fit piece of shit. Yeah, he's a good looking guy, but he's also 6'5", so it's like, he still tries, and like it's great, but it's just like, yeah, man, we don't exist in the same world. Like I will always not have that problem, especially in Vancouver. She's beautiful, but I've had it for like 10 years and I haven't gone anywhere near 1,000 total. Yeah, same. But it's like, I was talking to my therapist about this. It's like, you're not going to land with everyone, but you will land with the right person. We were talking about like sense of humor and things like that. It's like telling jokes or whatever. It's like, you may not land on everyone's like be the right type or anything, but you will for the right person. And it's like, would like being realistic, it's like, especially like the female experience or being a woman in any time and era of just like, that's got to be exhausting too, because it's like, one, how are you supposed to be any kind of objective with that, of actually find someone that you like? Because if someone doesn't, if they have one photo and it's like, oh, the lighting's not good in this, swipe left, like you're never really going to engage with the profiles that you're actually kind of going to match, right? So you kind of become very ambivalent with it and very kind of dismissive. But also, it's got to be draining, because how are you supposed to find anyone that you do actually like? Because like it's just got to be overwhelming. Whereas like, yeah, I don't get a lot of matches, likes, whatever. Hinge is a weird one too, because sometimes I'll send a message and people will reply, but I don't necessarily know if they're interested or they're just replying to my question. Not my question, but just replying to what I say. It's like such a weird, like I had one, I sent a message, I don't know, a week ago. The profile said, what I order for the table, French fries and or yam fries, and I said both, always both. So that was my reply, and their reply, like I sent that over a week ago. Their reply was today, a week later, basically, and said, haha, I support this. What am I supposed to do with that? Like, what am I actually supposed to do with that question? Like, how am I supposed to turn that into a conversation or anything? So, like, are you just replying? I've had that someone was a cosplayer, and they mentioned about they had a Twitch channel too, and like I liked the profile regardless, but I was like, I messaged him, I was like, oh, this, and I was like, oh, I did Twitch too, and it's like, oh, cool, LOL. All right, that was a great conversation. Thanks for that. Like, just don't reply. Just don't reply at that point. I literally got a bored LOL's response today with a girl who initiated the convo when I asked what show to today. Oh, I've had those too. I unmatched one the other day where it's like, it's like, it's hard as well because you might like a profile and send a like, and because they don't have anything to reply to. So you just hit a like, and it's like, and then they're like, oh, this guy isn't very interested because he didn't make any effort. I'm like, no, you had nothing to reply to. Also, me hitting like is just showing interest. If you return that, I'm also happy to send the first, like, that's fine. And one of them was just like, I sent the like on the photo. They matched with me. And then I said, so what was it I had to say? I was like, I don't know, because I don't have any more, because I unmatched her, because it was like, so where am I taking you? Her profile was like, things that my simple pleasures was like coffee and wine. So my reply, like I liked the photo, she matched. I sent a message like, so where am I taking you so you can introduce me to your favorite wine? And she just replied, anywhere that sells white wine, LOL. And I was like, okay. So I replied to that and I was like, oh, I made like a joke and I was like, oh, this, like, I said like, oh, perfect. I'll see if Jollibee serves alcohol. If that fails, would you like to go to this restaurant on this day at this time? She just didn't reply. I was like, all right. Because her profile said, I want someone who makes me laugh. I was like, all right, I'll make a very lighthearted joke. And I was like, yeah, I'm like, okay, did my joke not land very well? Did they not even read it? Did they read like the little preview? So they didn't actually read the other thing. Are they talking to 5 other different people? Like, there's so many things where I'm just like, I don't know. So I left it past the day of when I said that date was, and then I unmatched because I was like, clearly you're not gonna reply. That's the other side of the dating gap. So you feel my friends don't understand. I'm done with one side. Yeah, the one-sided conversation. Or when they fill out the profile, men do this too, and they just put a period and they don't put any information. They're like, yeah, why is no one making any effort? Or in Bumble, they don't put anything. They just put photos. They're like, oh, the dating apps are so terrible. Yeah, because you don't put any effort in. The whole I hurt my back carrying this conversation. Yeah. Her taste in wine extended to choose between white and red. Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like, oh, you like white wine? Cool. I have that information. Here's a place. I suggested a place that has a literal menu this thick of wine, which is massive. That's a huge, long, thick list. That's massive. It's almost as big as my turtleneck. And then I was like, no reply. And I was like, this wasn't like it's not like it was a cheap restaurant or anything either. I was like, I'm taking you to a pretty nice, I'm suggesting a pretty nice restaurant. Very long list. I agree. Yeah. Huge, even. Oversized, some would say. Matched on them. Hi. Hey, how was your date today? Them. Yeah. Like, the whole hi thing and hey, it's exhausting, but at least, I'll caveat that at least a woman who sends that is making some sort of effort to actually, like, initiate something. So I like, changed my mind on that. I was like, no. I understand that you've probably never had to do this before, so it's hard for you. I take that as like, no, I actually appreciate that. But then when they ghost, and I'm just like, okay, I give up. Like, I can't be funny, witty, charming, all these things in one thing when you've given me nothing to work off. I know nothing about you. It's like, The fact they changed Bumble to allow guys to send messages shows how much they hate having the open. You have some that don't even have an opening message on their thing either, that you can't even reply. Or that the opener is like so stupid that you can't even properly reply to it. That's the only huge, long, thick thing she's getting that night. Yeah. But that's the thing is like, the funny thing is I showed a picture of this person to Mac and he was like, holy shit, I think I went on a date with her. I was like, of course you did. I was like, of course you did. She's 5'4" and she's a redhead. Of course you did. I was like, great. We're just dating. We're just out of people that we're dating the same people. And then on top of that, the only thing they're showing me new profiles. Hinge is like showing me 18, 19-year-olds, which my thing is set to like 25 and up. Like, you've got to be able to legally rent a minivan. I'm like, anything below that, I'm like, no. And it's like, yeah, we give up. These people are here now too. One of them had clips of them playing Fortnite as their profile, and then they had uwu text and things. Like, literally everything was like Fortnite clips. She's like, I want someone to play Fortnite with me. And I was like, are you fucking 7 or are you 19? Like, what is this? How many catfish are in it? I don't know, because they never reply. That's the other thing, is like, sometimes I think with that person, it makes me wonder if me suggesting us meeting up is them being like, well, I can't because you'll find out. Wow, take me back to no, even funnier than that, Scott. Give me 2 letters to work with, then ghost it if I don't knock. Yeah, exactly, Bill. That's exactly it. Cam, you need to go to Best Dating App. Twitch? Oh, God. Absolutely not. Christ. I do not miss that era. I do not miss that era of, like, thirsty. I mean, I know we're still in that era, but yeah. So how was your Fortnite? It was great. You know, we got a lot of W's. We got a lot of, what is it called? Park Royale. No. I don't know. What the fuck do you get when you win it? This joke isn't landing. Royale with cheese. There we go. Now, this is like Aqua level jokes. Sorry, Aqua, you're catching strays right now. But that was like a 4 out of 10. She played as Goku and I played as Miku. Yeah. Oh goddamn. There we go. Absolute collateral damage. No, even funnier, Scott, is so Mac was on a date a few years ago during COVID, and he went on a walking date along like Kitts Beach. And as he was walking along, Shay and his girlfriend was sitting on a park bench, and Mac walked past them on the date, and they watched him do a whole loop of this date, and it was super awkward. And Mac was like, "I think it's that girl from that date." So not only is it Mac's like seconds, it's the seconds of the person he went on a date with that he was caught being on a date with by Shay, which is so funny. He thinks secure that date. Shot me right in the heart. Yeah, I'm sorry. It was uncalled for, but also yeah, make it happen. Then I already unmatched her. I was like, no, like her photos were clearly very airbrushed, like face tuned. Some of them were. Some of them like really were. Like there was one where it's like her nose was gone. It was so airbrushed. The other ones looked like makeup that maybe tuned up. So I was like, okay. I was like, fine, we'll see. Like, it's just like I don't know what you expect, because if I do meet you in person, you're not gonna look like this. But it's like if this is generally what you look like, then fine, like whatever. But there was like one photo where it was just like the face was like it was like eyeballs and blur. It was insane. I was like, why did you think this was a good one? Why did you think this was a good? There are so many accounts where I'm like, my profile's not great. It's like I don't have a lot of photos of myself, so unfortunately, it is a couple mirror selfies, and then it's me standing next to Mac, which is the worst in the world. It makes me look like I'm from the goddamn Munchkin Land in Wicked, standing next to him as 6'5". You swiped on it? I swiped on it because like I swiped on one of the less like a photo that just looked like makeup, like a lot of makeup, but it still looked like makeup. It looks like a person, not. It was like 6 photos, and there was one where it was a little bit much. But there's ones where it's like you see them and they have the fucking Snapchat filters on with like the ears, and I'm like, why? Or I hate to stereotype, and I apologize. There are a lot of Asian women that are on the dating apps that refuse to put any photo, or like the first photo is always of a landscape, and then it's I'm not saying it's always. I'm not saying it's always, but there are a lot of. I'm being very careful. I'm being very careful because I don't want this to come across the wrong way. But it is always pictures of landscapes, then food, then a cat. It's like copy and paste. And maybe there's one photo, but it's like this. The photo is like this. It's in a mirror and it's like this, and you can't see their face. There was one where it was like every photo was this woman, and she was like she was like this. That was the photo, and I'm like trying to turn the brightness off or up, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ, you're 100 seconds. It's not only like age women. There's also a lot of other people where they put them on there, and I'm like, yeah, I get you're trying to like describe that you like being out in nature, but I'm not trying to date the fucking trees and Comox, It's I had to you know what I still haven't done? I still haven't talked about the goddamn gaming thing. I haven't got back to it. Canceled. Look, I'm being honest. It's like there's a lot. If it is an Asian woman who is from Vancouver, they post photos. If it is someone who is Asian that lives in Vancouver that is not from here, either from like China or anything, because they say where they're from, it's always landscape. It's so interesting. It's so interesting. I don't know why. The bots, there's a lot of bots. I had to report an AI one because they put a literal AI mid-journey photo of I assume some girl riding a horse that was like running in motion, but she was perfect. I was like, come on. It's like no one can be falling for this. This is insane. So, but yeah, I mean, generally, it's like I'm getting to the dregs of, like I said, Hinge is only showing me lesbian women, which is definitely what I go for, what I look for a woman in a woman is she also likes women. But it's like the Hinge just like ran out of ideas. But it's like, yeah, I'm not trying to say anything other than it's just like it's a very interesting phenomenon when it's a certain subset of people, and 9 times out of 10 they post just photos of food, cats, and nature, and I don't understand why. I don't understand why. I remember a lot of wanting someone to practice. Yeah, you see a lot of the wanting to practice English. Now I see a lot of I'm moving to Vancouver in the summer and I'm looking for someone to show me around, and I'm like, no. Like, again, those are the people who are just like either fucking delusional or they're just like, why dating apps are so bad? And I'm like, I had one of my friends who she was like, yeah, the dating apps are so crazy. And I was like, oh, I thought you were with someone. She's like, yeah, no, it didn't work out. I was like, oh, why? It's like, yeah, he had a kid and he kept putting the kid before me, and I need someone to prioritize me. And I was like, what? I called her out on that shit. I was like, I'm sorry. You think that you think it's a red flag that he prioritized his child? That's crazy. That's crazy talk. That's absolutely crazy. It's like when I went on a date 2 years ago with someone and they got annoyed at me during a first date that I said I went to therapy, because they were like, why would you go to therapy when you have a girlfriend that you can just tell everything to? And they were like, that's weird that you go to a therapist. And I was like, okay, I don't know how dating works. And I was like, I'm good. The bots are so bad. The bots on those things so bad. And I'm just like, They got you famous on that Raya or something. I don't want to go on Raya. Kidding me? Raya is for yeah, I was gonna say it's like basically for rich famous dudes. Person was not right for you in the first place if you don't want to date someone with a kid. Exactly. But that's the thing. It's like I think that they just like assumed. I mean, I've experienced that firsthand with my mom and her boyfriend of that time, who had kids. Hated the fact that my mom would tell him that she loved me more than him, to the point where he would like get physically angry with me, as if like, how dare she? It's weird. That mentality is fucking weird. My trauma will mentally kill you. It's not even like the trauma will mentally kill you. It's the fact of like, you think that me working through my problems is a bad thing and that I should just trauma dump on you and not actually work on him. Like, it's such a weird thing. Give her box a red hood. I sent it to Mac. There you go. Yeah, Mac would have liked her. Okay, I need to go pass out. Good night, Bill. It was great to see you, dude. I hope you're doing well. Enjoy the sleeps. Oh, I like that emote. I do like that emote, the tuck-in one. Did you see Mop's new tuck-in one? It's pretty good. It's pretty good emote. I like it. She didn't get me to animate it, but what? Just because I can't draw? It's this bullshit. I should really learn how to draw. You know what? I don't need to learn how to draw. I got Mid-Journey. Okay, I'm gonna set up a dating app. Yeah, I'm gonna make my own Hawk Tour dating app with blackjack and hookers, AI hookers. Christ, man, my throat's killing me because I've been talking for 3.5 toxic. Why'd you let me talk this long? It's 11 p.m. It's 11 p.m. and I've been talking for 3.5 hours. Okay, I don't appreciate this. I don't like this. Why would you let me do this? Oh, so I forgot to do. Okay, let me. You know what? Toxic, please stop yelling at me. Stop. I can feel it through the monitor. 80% about dating, 20% about fucking real estate. What a waste of everyone's time. I'm so sorry. I had a few profiles recently that were old school values. Oh, the old school values, traditional. I've had traditional European values come up. That's the whole I need a masculine man to lead. And I'm like, I think I'm just sick of reading it because I'm like, I don't know what that means. Like what and then I opened up Twitch the other day on my phone, and again, it shows those random live channels. And there was some channel called Mirror, and they were I was like, I always have the sound on the preview, and they were like, they were talking about soft feminine energy, and they were like, yeah, it's about receiving and like the man giving, and they were like, oh, but so many men these days they're all about receiving. And I was like, what does this mean? I don't get it. I'm not mad about it. I just don't understand what it means. I think it just means they want a guy who is very well off, where they don't have to try and they can do whatever they want. Pretty roomy, one bed, one bath. It is. Well, it's technically a studio. It's technically a studio. But yeah, that's the one I looked at today. It means they want to revert back to the 1950s. Yeah, but I don't think they do. I mean, if they want to revert back to the 1950s, I don't think they do. Looking for marriage. The ones old school values, looking for marriage. Have multiple kids from different guys. Deleted the apps from all the things we discussed. Yeah. That's fair enough. Yeah, I find it interesting, and I don't subscribe to the whole high value bullshit and everything, but I think there is a limit of just like, there is a level of like, dating apps read like a list of demands, not like looking for a partner, and I think that's where there's like a line of that, and it's like, I think that some people have to be realistic, because someone might think that you're attractive and you have a great profile, but they don't want kids, or they don't want to take on other people's kids, especially if you have several kids, or you might say have kids, don't want kids, and well, I'm okay with you having kids, but I want, like there's a lot of layers to it. So it means, yeah, I don't know, the layout feels claustrophobic. I'm gonna Christ, I have to go to several okay, give me a second. I'm gonna paste this to both of you as well. This is I like that I'm like pitching you now. Hello, Sharks. This is me pitching you my changes to the layout of an apartment I do not own. That's how I would change it. I don't know if it'll correct. Nah, that is what they're asking for. Yeah, the layout's a little chaotic from the last reno. Yeah. Is the kids a deal breaker? I think it depends, because I'm in a very weird age now where it's like, I don't really want kids, but if it happens, then I'm not gonna walk away from it, if that makes sense. Like, it's like, I don't want kids, but I would date someone who did have kids, but I think it's really difficult, because like being in your late 30s, now is a lot of times where women, if they are wanting that, whether they're like open to kids, and I'm like, that doesn't really mean any, like, open to kids is like, that's a little, where it's like, do you actually want kids? Because if you're 37 as a woman, I know things are different now, but like it's still, biological age does have an impact on those things. You probably want to find someone because in 2 years you want to get married and have kids. So wasting 2 years with someone who doesn't want kids, you got to be sure, right? So when I see want kids, I swipe no. Have kids? Maybe. Because it's like, I have no issue with someone who has kids. I've dated someone who had a kid before. So it's like when I was in my 20s and they had an 8-year-old, and it's like that, it doesn't really bother me. It doesn't really bother me, and I'm okay to be in that. It's just like, I don't want biological kids. That might change where I'm like, maybe I would adopt, but I don't want biological kids. That's kind of that, I guess. So yeah, but if it did happen, if I was with someone and they got pregnant and they wanted to keep it, then obviously, like, I would support them and join them in that, Would require an investment to renovate the yeah. I don't think it requires as much. There is another that's what I was saying. There's another one for sale in that same building. So if you scroll all the way down, it'll say active listings, and there'll be like 3 of them. There's one that's a penthouse, and it's like, holy fuck, I wish I could, but it's like over $1 million. But there's one that's another floor up that's asking for a little bit more. That one, even though it's empty, needs like $100,000 of renos, and they're asking for more. It's kind of crazy. But I would change it to that layout if I could. That would be my thing. Getting to our ages when they say they want kids open to kids means there's a countdown time. Yeah, and that's like, it's either when I say they open to kids, it's either it's like I'm still in my figuring shit out, but like maybe in 6 months I want to make a decision. It's like it's hard. It's hard because it's like the I don't have any issues with people who are divorced. I don't think that's necessarily a negative against them. Like that happens. But I'm at that age now where it's like the people the choice of people to date is very, very different, because it's if they want kids, I'm wasting their time. Right? I'm wasting their time. If they're open to kids, they could be wasting their own time. If they don't want kids, like I usually will go for people who don't want kids. Yeah, that other one is it's fucking atrocious. I found another website that has more photos of the kitchen. The kitchen is like useless. There is like this amount of counter space in 3 spaces, and that's it. It's really bad, and they want more money. Rebooting. Oh no. One kids was the reason my last relationship ended. They thought I would change their mind. Yeah, it's like you're kind of living on a prayer at that point, right? Of just like, if you've been very hard no. That was supposedly the reason the one I was with when I had Teddy ended things, but I think there was other things happening there as well, where it's like they did it in a very kind of sneaky way. But also, I told them, I was like, look, I was like, they were kind of wanted kids, but they were like, oh, I'm okay with this, and I was like, oh, I'm open to kids, I'm this and that, and then one day I was like, we need to have a conversation. I don't want kids. Oh no, I asked them, I was like, because I asked them as part of it, I was like, is it that when that in part of the conversation, I was like, I don't want to have kids, and they were like, oh, and they were like, and I asked them, I was like, when you say you want kids, is it that you just want kids as a blanket statement, or is it you want to have kids with me? Because I think that's an important distinction too, because I think there's another layer of choice that comes within that. Because if you just want to have kids for the sake of having kids and it doesn't really matter, then it doesn't matter like the relationship, right? But it's like it becomes a choice of, ultimately what's the most important thing. Is it that you want to be with this person and you want to, but there can't be any regrets. If they say they want kids and they change their mind and they say they want to be with you and that, then you have to stick with that. Like my last ex was like, yeah, I don't want kids, but maybe I would adopt. And I'm like, I'm okay with that. I'm like open to that idea of the relationship going in that direction. Last place Vancouver had almost no countertop space. You bought an island to extend it. So the one I linked you that I was looking at today had the island, which I think is a great idea, and I've lived in places like that, and I'm like, yeah, that's the best way. The other apartment, you can't even fit an island in there. Like you can't even stand. Like that kitchen is the size of my office. That's how small it is. You couldn't even fit an island in that space. So, yeah. It's not great. It's not great. All right, I'm finally going to finish my goddamn thought on this freaking gaming thing. So, I've already kind of talked about it anyway, but whatever. I've been over the last few months, not actively, but I came up with an idea for a video game that I want to work on because I want to learn game dev. I want to learn how to code. I want to learn how to make a game. And I have a game idea, not the roguelike where I said that I woke up at 5 a.m. needing to poop and I thought of a game idea of a roguelike where you're playing a piece of sweet corn going through the tracts, like the whole intestines, and fighting against like gluten intolerance and lactose intolerance, which I still think is a really funny idea. But it would be super jank in kind of like the climbing game. But I digress. I'm not quite there yet to make a 3D game. But I came up with an idea of a game that I really liked, and I was working on it, but I couldn't figure out how it kind of came together as a game. And I finally cracked it, and I've been actively working on that idea where I have a Trello board and I'm going through and I'm kind of trying to define the key elements of the game that I want to have, what I don't like, what it needs, what I would like to add, so things like Twitch integration if possible, but it needs to make sense, etc., etc. Um, but yeah, I've been now that I've kind of figured out the style because originally I was like, oh, an RPG, but I was like, I don't think I necessarily want it to be an RPG solely where it's just like a linear story. I like because it would end up being like an Undertale-esque kind of game. I was like, I think I want it to be more roguelike, and I've been working on coming up with an idea. So right now I'm working on I finished most no, I don't say I finished the design document, that's not true. I finished the things that I want to focus on of the 4 or 5 main areas of the game, which is like the characters and the core game loop and everything. And so I'm gonna prototype not the main core of the game because it's essentially split into like 3 sections, but one of the sections, which is not even the main one, it's more just like I have animated character sprites that I got from like a big bundle that I bought ages ago for this, and I want to figure out the player movement and like some level design and just like a little. Essentially, it's going to be like an auto battler, like a roguelike auto battler, or like a manager game. And so I've been working on that, and I'm trying to figure out those things because it's not gonna take me months. It's gonna take a long, long time. But if I can make little segments of the game and then send it to people and be like, "Hey, I made this. I think this would be fun." Then I like that would be cool, I think. So I want to work on not the absolute main core element of the game. I think just working on like a secondary thing that also links. I'm being very vague intentionally, but it's like essentially you have like the leveling and the healing stage where you're getting your team ready. Then you have like the main event of what's happening, which is the auto battler stage. So like if you were playing super auto pets, you're building your team and you're giving them everything, and then you go in and you fight other people. It's like that's like 2 parts, and then there's another third part which is similar, but just a different event. So like if this one was fist irony, what do you mean? Like if this one was fist fighting, this one would be gun fighting, let's say. So like it wouldn't be as prominent as the fist fighting. I leave starting on the game district. Yeah, that's that's what I was. I was like, no. I tried to wait because I thought you were back. I don't know why I thought you were back because you said rebooting, but sorry. But yeah, I want to work on the gun. It's not gunfighting, but like I want to work on the gunfighting part because I already have character sprites for that will do stuff. I can use that to learn how to make playable characters, how to make a level, how to do shaders so that I could use the same sprite but change the color of it. So that's going to be my little prototype test bed, which is going to be very, very basic, how to make like health bars and things like that. And then I'll work on the main event, and then the bigger part is going to be the team building, training, leveling stuff where it's like, so I want to work it on that where it's like small, simple combat thing that leads into the larger combat thing once I've kind of figured that out, because I do think that's the most important part of the satisfying part of the game loop, and then eventually move to like the bigger thing, which is just the actual management stuff, right? And so yeah, there's a lot of stuff to learn. I think it's going to be really difficult. The art is going to be a big problem. I was kind of talking to Pyro about this, where I think I'm going to try. Again, I have very little skills in any kind of 3D realm and programming as well. I don't really know. Like I need to learn Python, but that's why I want to use Godot, because GD script is very similar to Python. It's a Python-esque language. So I think the transferable skills of learning Python for my job and learning Python for the game dev makes sense to me versus learning C sharp, which is very separated. Where it's like I have more of a like stake in the game kind of thing. Keep motivation up, try getting something done that will be usable scene to get the reward. That's kind of what I was doing. So yeah, when I was saying to you yesterday, it's like I wasn't sure if I was trying to make it 2.5D by making it 3D with cards, and I scrapped it and I just I started again with a 2D. My goal right now is I'm following tutorials from You'll Hate Programming If You Start With. Yeah, it's a little too hardcore. I know it's not. I know it's a standard, but like I feel like working with a language that the software I use at work also uses means that I can technically practice programming for that while I'm at work if I'm trying to build tools. So I get to kind of train it regardless, and I get to practice it in multiple things at the same time, whereas C sharp has no value to what I'm doing because I'm not building a pipeline. Excuse me, Mr. Mover. Yeah, I mean, I'm a 2D compositor. I don't have any 3D skills. I know how to sculpt with clay, but I don't know how to do anything in 3D. I don't know how to 3D animate. I don't know anything. All of my job is basically Photoshop for video, right? I'm taking 3D elements and combining them. I can do stuff with like particles, but not, I don't really know how to do 3D at all. Like I struggle. I actually start to have panic attacks when I open Blender. It really stresses me out. So I want to overcome that and learn how to do it. And I want to approach it in a Dead Cells kind of way where I'm doing everything in 3D and rendering sprites because I think that makes the most sense. Because if I ever have to iterate and add things, I think that's a much more efficient and effective way than having to redraw everything. Because I want to start really basic and then I really want to add depth to a lot of the game. And I can do that over time. And I'm not trying to do it where it's like, it's really hard not to, where you see a game that comes out that's had years of updates and everything, like Stardew Valley. I'm just never going to be able to release a game at the beginning that is at the same stage as a game that's been out for 10 years. So I'm just aiming for like, this is where it starts and this is where I want it to go and build towards, but being realistic, you know? All the languages are pretty much the same when it comes to procedural language. They'll just describe logic, flow, and data manipulation with slightly different way. Yeah, I think it's the whole variables thing makes a little bit more sense to me with the Python-esque language. Like, I feel eventually I could lean towards learning things like Unity or, learning Unreal Engine if I ever decided to try and go more into a game dev way. But I think I just want to learn how to make games myself. I think like you mentioned a lot earlier, like when people raid, you wanted a game to happen. Or the idea that you came up with the other day we were talking about with the starting soon and whatnot. And it's like I think I see people like Rudism who made his own notification system and Unity and everything and does game, like he's a game developer and like I think there's so many interesting things that I could learn and do with it and really kind of find some creative fulfillment in that as an outlet. As I said, like with the whole movie thing, I'm losing a little bit of steam with it because I'm having a hard time like bringing it all together and making it happen. And I think a lot of that comes down to like it's really hard to execute on some of my ideas budgetarily and constraint wise, whereas if I come up with a game idea, it's something I can work on my own time for free, really, with minimal cost up front, where I can just gray box things. I could technically do it with VFX and learn 3D movies, and maybe that's part of it too, is learning 3D. It can be more transferable. So it's just like when I'm trying to learn something, I need a purpose and I need something that pushes me to do it. I can't just learn it for the sake of it aimlessly. So I think going through and learning how to make a 2D game. So I've been watching, there's a really good series by DevWorm, and I watched it before and I did follow along. I tried to make like the Brackies one and I was like, oh cool, like it does work and it's fun. So maybe I'll like revisit the Brackies one again, but DevWorm has a really good one about making a 2D game, like an RPG. So yeah, too many new languages bogged down the idea of programming with fancy shit like polymorphism, operator, like yeah. Which really is just it's just like a fancy way of doing logic, right? The trivia game is definitely going to have to be built up with code. Streamabot has limits when it comes to yeah. If you're looking for a general language, and going a Python route would be the best. Yeah, you can also knock off multiple of your tools, get started. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Like I have some tools that I use in my day to day at my job that I want to try and reverse engineer and make. Like one of the main things is like rendering and pointing renders to certain places. I know a little bit where I can kind of like like I can come up with stuff, I can Google it and I can find stuff and make the code and it makes sense and I understand certain things like hierarchies of, to go up a directory, it depends on how many dots and things like that. And like there's certain things with that where I'm like, okay, but I hit a wall really, really quickly. So I think me being able to build my own tools and my own plugins and things like that would really be helpful. Um, because there's sometimes where it's like you can build them as a gizmo and it can be very manual and it will work, but then it can break really easy too. Whereas you kind of, if you dev it properly, it will work properly every time and you don't run into a lot of those issues. So I definitely want to work on that. Um, and I think, yeah, it's something that at least I can spend 20, 30 minutes a day at work, especially when I go back. So I go back to work next week, starting on Tuesday. It's part time, so it means that I can still potentially stream Monday and Wednesday. My goal for now is my thought is I'm gonna try and do, if they'll let me, work Tuesday, Thursday, and a half day Friday. That way I can still stream on Monday and Wednesday, and I can still keep with other. Still supervisor, yes. It's not. It's interesting because the job title just says compositing supervisor, but I'm also the VFX supervisor. I don't know. I think it's just that they have to pay me more if it says VFX supervisor, which I'm also okay with my wage right now. I don't really care about that, but um yeah, it will still be supervisor. But that could also be like maybe they want to bring someone else in and they like putting me in that position is kind of, you know, there's other skills that I need to really be an effective VFX supervisor because I don't have a lot of 3D skills. So being able to oversee multiple departments is kind of, if we scale to that point, is going to be where I lack experience. So yeah. Unfortunately, I ran out of snoozes, so I can't snooze anymore. So the first hour could be tooling since it's waiting for your team or meetings, upskill in the means. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, it's just like, I think while I won't really have many meetings to begin with, it will mostly just be like pipeline stuff and dev stuff like on my own. We won't have anyone else working for us right now. We're gonna have to ramp up soon, but we're just waiting for the projects to come in. So there's nothing really I can do on that front. So yeah, I think working with the pipeline guy and being like, hey, like maybe he can help me a little bit too. And maybe I can be like, do you mind if you like show me how you did this? I'm trying to learn this. It's like not again, not to replace him because I don't want to be a pipeline guy. But more just like I'm doing this and I want to learn that. Unreal Engine would make more sense for the job, but I think I need to kind of separate myself and focus on the things that I really want to do, and that would be making stuff in Godot. Mostly because like I know it's because it's just like a free engine or whatever, but I think starting with something like that and like learning in a little bit more of a simplified zone would be better for me. I don't know. True, and there's also blueprints, and that would make sense for virtual production, but I think I just want to learn Godot. I think I just want to learn Godot. I think I'm more interested in the same way as I want to learn Blender. I want to learn those apps because I think long term, I can invest my time in it, and then eventually I can make my own tool sets. So if you want to just start it, need data for your stuff, check out Kaggle. Few base project Kaggle. Is this Oh no, I think it's like Kraggle tools. Is it? Yeah, Kraggle VFX tools. That's really funny that you have something called Kaggle. We have something called Kraggle. Kegels? Speaking of being horny, have you been keeping up with those, Cam? No, my anus is loose as a goose. And that's how I like it. It's like that meme. It's like, hey, how tight are we, bro? And it's like, oh, loose poop is falling out. It's like, I meant as friends. It's coding community and challenge board. Okay, let me Kaggle. Oh, with an E? Your machine learning and data science community. Okay. Learn Python. Yeah, I thought about doing like Skillshare or something, and I'm like, it doesn't work for me. I've like even bought courses to learn Unreal Engine, and I've never even like gone through it, like the Humble Bundle ones, and I'm like, I really should. I definitely need to also learn some machine learning stuff too. AI, sure, but machine learning is really, man, the Humble Bundles. I'm like, oh, I'll spend $50 and I'll get all these courses and I'll do this and I'll get this, and I'm like, no, I don't because it's like, again, it's because it's like aimless. It feels aimless to me because I don't have anything that I'm specifically trying to work on. Whereas with this idea, I'm like, you know what? There is so much information out there with Godot, and I know there's a million stuff with Unreal and Unity and all that, but it's like when Brackeys is switching to Godot, I think it's a good sign of like the support is there and the things that I'm interested in and things that I want to do. Okay, I'll give you projects you need to solve rather than handholding. Okay, that's actually really good. I'll keep that open to look. Yeah, I even thought about like trying to let Unity is dying. I know it is. I'm fucking invested in them, and I'm just watching it go down. I know it's like the free Epic Game that Thursday, just pending like, yeah, it kind of is. And sometimes you get stuff that's useful and like, or it feels useful at the time, and then you just kind of go through and you're like, eh. And like Skillshare, I don't know. I don't have anything wrong with Skillshare. I think there's some really good stuff in there, but I think that essentially whatever you could learn on Skillshare, I could learn on YouTube. Um, does that mean that Skillshare doesn't have value? Because I think it does. There are certain things that I think that creators should put on something like Skillshare that's paywalled because they should be able to like monetize what they do because they add a lot of value. But I think where I'm at right now, I think if I was doing something more advanced, I would use something like Skillshare. But if I'm just starting with the basics, DevWorm, I know I keep mentioning him. DevWorm has some really, really good, useful tutorials. I actually really, really like his stuff. And I'm just reworking through that to learn how to make the characters move and everything. And yeah, I'll go through the Brackeys one again because that one was really good for like movement too. The only companies that make sense to use Unity is mobile game companies. Yeah, I mean, I remember when they were trying to get into like the virtual production stuff, and that just seems to have disappeared completely because everyone just Unreal just like absolutely because of Fortnite and the money that brought in, it absolutely just launched them 5 years into the future. Many different platforms possible to milk all of the mobile gamers for the money because they've grown expectations of pay to. Yeah, well, especially that they've changed the whole model to like the install thing. It's like even though they reverted it, that damage is done. It amazes me how much pay to win is normalized. Yeah, it's kind of shocking. And it's like the players almost expect it now and look for that. It's crazy. I don't know. There's so many games where I'm like I couldn't get into them now. I couldn't. I get it to an extent, but like Pirate Software kind of said it best of just like there is an exchange of goods that's happening, right? Where it's like if if I run out of lives in a game and you're like, hey, you can either pay or you can watch this ad and you'll get an extra life and it's 30 seconds and I get paid and you can keep playing, that's a fair and equivalent exchange. When it's like all the other bullshit where it's like just spamming me with constant ads on top of asking me for I'm like, gee, like I have a Sudoku app on my phone and I'm like, not only are you running banner ads the whole fucking time, but between every single game, I have to sit through like 2 ads. I stopped using it. I was like, I'm not paying you to play a fucking Sudoku game because all you most likely did was download a Unity template and upload it. That's all you did. And even like, yeah, no, it's fucking stupid. When it's an ad that I get to choose to play to get some bonus out of it, fine. If it's bombarding me with ads where I'm seeing more ads than I am gameplay, I'm uninstalling. Let me see a link to the best okay because no ads. Good. Good. I get it, like you want to be paid for your work, whatever, but I'm like, it's fucking Sudoku. It's a fucking Sudoku app. You know, it's like I don't know. Because it's not even like priced properly. What is the price of this fucking thing? Uh how do I fucking get out of this? I don't even know. I don't even know what the price is. How do I even good grief. I don't even think I can. I don't even think I can actually go ad free. I think it's just one of those free ones that just spams you with ads. So I'm like, that's worse. You know what? Let me pay you 99 cents and be fucking done with it. It's fucking Sudoku. I don't know what to tell you, man. But yeah, send me that one if you would be so kind. My voice is dead. I'm not gonna lie, my voice is dead. Okay. I finally talked about my game. I talked about everything that I said I would talk about. I talked about everything I said I would talk about. So there is that. Christ, there is no one online except for GDQ reruns and Ferret Software. That's it. I don't know. Bedtime for you since no games were played. I know. I played no games. I played 0 but I did stream for 4 hours. Send us to the ferret. I was kind of thinking, should we go to Ferret Software? Apparently I can't mute Ferret Software. That's so funny that Ferret Software doesn't have the knock feature turned off. So I could just, I could like co-stream with Ferret Software. That's really funny. All right. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't play any games. I'll be honest, there's games that I'm interested in, but there's also games where I'm like, I'm struggling to want to jump in right now. I kind of wanted to play Dead Cells, but I felt like a dead cell myself today. I feel really drained. So like, I just couldn't do it. But tomorrow, I still want to try and stream tomorrow morning at normal time. I don't have anything that will interfere. There is an open house for another apartment that ends by the time I don't know if I'm going to go, so I might leave that. But what about the egg? I do need to pick up Arctic eggs. I said that I'm not gonna buy any more games, so that's the only problem. Professional yapper. But I suck at it. That's the problem. I'm not even saying anything good. As Tug said, I talked about relationships and my fucking body again, as usual. Not charity, but it funds the ferrets. Yeah. It's the ferrets one. Confirming he'll be live. I'll try my best. I'll probably sleep fucking well tonight because I'm exhausted. So yeah, definitely be live tomorrow in the morning. I will aim to be live on time at 10 a.m. Otherwise, I will pop a squat. Yeah. All right. Let's go raid Ferret Software. It's a cute little channel that's ran by Pirate Software, where it's a little ferret rescue. And it's one of those always on kind of channels. So just watching and it generates ad revenue that all the money goes to looking after the ferrets, which is really fucking cool. So we're going to go raid them and just kind of everyone can just chill with some cute little ferrets playing. I think they are playing right now. Hello? Yeah, they're playing. They're trying to break out of the little thing. So it's kind of cute. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I do really appreciate it. I know I was just yapping and had nothing of value to say, but I appreciate you being here nevertheless. I might play some Dead Cells tomorrow. Either Dead Cells or we'll play something. I promise we'll play something because there's only so many times I can talk about my goddamn body. All right. And I will not be wearing the micro turtleneck tomorrow. Okay. We'll wear something different. Now I can't wear the t-shirt underneath because you've seen it. So I'll have to find new clothes, I guess. Have a good night, everyone. Say goodnight to Sarah. I love you. Go look at some cute ferrets. That's another thing too many. It's about to raid. We don't have time. Good night. I love you. Bye-bye.